Hello, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm having a cozy day today. I woke up with a lot of tension, so I'm like, screw it. Warm pajamas, like long sleeves, tight fitting. Sit in bed for a bit. Eat some fruit, vibe a little bit. But we can't vibe 100% of the day. We can vibe like 95% of it. This is work. This is still technically vibing though. I'm gonna be doing some. We're gonna be spectating Darian's VAD games again. This is the final week. This is week 7, so it's actually very, very important because his team isn't locked for playoffs yet. What have they got going? So we're looking at Lions today, right? They're against the Nocturnals. They're against the Hornets, and they're against the Dragons. And so what does that mean? Nocturnals are high up. Dragons are pretty close, so the outcome of their games before Game 3 matters a lot for Lions. And then they're against... Oh, yeah, they're actually against the 2 top teams, and then also Dragons. So, by standings, I don't know the first thing about these teams, to be honest. By standings, this is a hard week for them. So, wow, that's, And I'm pretty sure... What is it? It's 8... Yeah, 8 teams make it to quarters. So really, they're just fighting against the Dragons here. That's pretty much it. It's Lions... I mean, Dragons and Eagles, too. I didn't realize they were actually tied. But they only faced one of these teams directly. I think they actually did beat the Eagles last week. Because Lions 3-0'd, right? Yeah, they beat Dragons, they beat Eagles, they beat Scorpions. Right, so they had, like, kind of the lower bracket for last week. Well, that's kind of exciting, isn't it? I did want to actually start a draft before the games started, but they're supposed to start at 8 p.m. So I don't think we're really going to get to do that. I have some tabs to close. Yeah, I have a lot of tabs to close, actually. On my second monitor. Okay, there we go. Everything's clean. There's going to be a lot of tabs open today, like between the draft links and the... Really just the draft links, come to think of it. I've been doing a lot of projects lately. I've been really trying to, like, dive into 80 carry matchups. That's part of what I'm doing the drafting for, because we're out of Jinx Aphelios meta, and, like, the current meta 80 carries are, like, really, really good ban candidates. So now you actually have to care about 80 carry matchups a lot more than usual. And then I'm sitting here thinking, like, do I actually know the 80 carry matchups that well? You know, people always talk about how devalued they are, but that's not always true. You actually do end up in a lot of situations. Like, I think... Oh, yeah, because when you get into a defense lane versus a defense lane, in that matchup, the 80 carry matchup matters a lot more than usual. And what's the meta right now, guys? Enchanters. Enchanters that tends to lean towards either poke lanes or defense lanes, actually both of which value the 80 carry matchup more than kill lanes. Very interesting. It's really the mirrors, come to think of it. The mirrors where the 80 carry matchups matter a lot. Because does kill versus kill value the 80 carry matchup? I think I just stumbled onto an actually very important idea. I think so. I think we just found something. So if I had to guess, everybody, I think... we just have to wait for Darian to come home. Actually, and if that's true, technically we do get the time to draft, don't we? I think I missed an opportunity. Yeah, screw it. We're gonna try anyway. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put blue on my second monitor. It's gonna make some noise. We're going to do a mock draft here. I'm working with no specific teams. We have the entire arsenal of champions available to us, which means... Ooh, hang on. I forgot to open something that I don't usually want on stream. Wait, did that not... Okay, it did work. Yeah, okay, my tier lists are on my second monitor. I usually don't like to share these directly, because I do need to keep some secrets for my comp teams. So what would I like to do? I mean, in a perfect world, I get to, like, FP Senna, or Seraphine, or Zeri, or something like that. So I think we already know what the red side bans are going to be. But then if I don't get any of those, if I'm not expecting to get those, what do I not want the enemy to have in turn? On 12-12. I mean, I'm personally partial to banning Swain right now. Just because the lower you go in leagues, the more people still do value engage, which means the stronger Swain is. Hey, Steven, how are you doing? We're just doing some mock drafts, and I'm trying to... Oh, you know what? You know what a good blue side ban is right now? It's GP. Yeah, and then so obviously a red side would, like, really value Senna. Maybe we can try to leave Zeri through. What do I do if Zeri is through? I'm working on Ezreal in particular right now. It's very cold, huh? Really? I mean, I guess it's cooler out than it usually is. Is Zeri first pickable? In my opinion, yes. I think Zeri's the kind of champion who, you know, if she's not gutted, her kit is just consistent, safe, doesn't need a lot of setup. High DPS, high utility. They have removed a lot of her utility these days. You know, there's fewer slows. Her laser doesn't slow. But, I mean, the vision from laser, the ability to just jump in, the fact that she doesn't need to ramp up as long anymore. I still think Zeri is a very, very potent threat. But, I mean, you can't answer her with Ashe. You can answer her with a variety of slows. Actually, like what are all the options? I think Twitch probably does pretty well into her right now, but I haven't actually sat down to look at the matchup. So actually, maybe we should try leaving Zeri up. Maybe we try leaving Zeri up and we see what we can punish it with. Okay, and then frankly, I think red side has to permaban Seraphine. If you're against a team who can triflex Seraphine, the champion's value is just so high, so much utility, so much safety, so difficult to punish. So that was easy. And if GP and Gwen are both gone, and we're still not expecting our hands to get on, like, we're still not expecting to get our hands on Senna, then what do we fall back to? Because I don't want to blind pick Swain immediately. Like, that just seems like a recipe for disaster. Oh, I've already banned Senna. You're right. Well, we're going to... In that case, then I kind of pivoted. It's like, I don't really expect to get my hands on Zeri, but I've actually changed my mind. I'm going to leave Zeri up on red. So, which means I would still ban for blue, hoping they leave Zeri up. Obviously not certain that they will. I think if we have Zeri, then I don't care about Wukong. If we don't, we still have answers. But then if you go Ezreal in response to the Wukong, then the enemy can go for like a Kai'Sa or Kalista, which Ezreal can manage because his losing matchups aren't... Like, they don't lose you the game. But then we're also blue side Ezreal, which means our solo lanes get a harder time getting the counter pick, which means we have a potential for 3 losing lanes. Which means if the enemy does ban Zeri, we would be incentivized to pick Wukong, but then they go like Karthus Lilia because we've left Lilia up. So I think the best man is Lilia. I think the best man is Lilia. And then we, on red side, know that we're not going to ban Zeri. Obviously, just because we're trying some stuff out and we're trying to really figure out what the best way to punish her is when she gets through. And I know if I'm on red that I still have answers to Wukong. Because Wukong struggles against magic damage. So if he's in a direct magic damage matchup, and you don't Giga Stack magic damage to incentivize him to go a Hex Drinker, then he's really unhappy. Which would make Udyr just outstanding into him, wouldn't it? So then if we're trying to force a Zeri first pick, like, what things would we get rid of? Like we would like them to pick Zeri. We would like them to pick Wukong. Maybe I just take out Renata, honestly. Although it wouldn't make sense for the red side to ban Renata, because it's very unlikely blue side first picks her. And if they do, Karma. And then Zeri Karma. And then Zeri Renata. Okay, maybe it's Renata ban. Okay, so blue is going to first pick Zeri. If we do believe Zeri is worth blind picking, if we do think she's that strong, then let's put it to the test and let's see what the red side can do about this. So, red side is afforded 3 counter picks. We wouldn't mind, like, we want to use all of them if possible. We don't necessarily need to give over blind picks, but, like, let me just think. I'll need to look into that a little later, just to see exactly what the counterpick dynamics are, because I've actually forgotten something if I just blind 2 on red. So I've been seeing Udyr in action a lot more lately. And I think the champion is just friggin' insane. So red probably takes the Udyr into Zeri, because Udyr can realistically catch the Zeri if he catches her early enough in the fight. And then you just have a jungler who's very difficult to match in general. And then what I don't have is, like, exactly what Zeri's perfect comps are. Zeri's fine in dive, Zeri's fine in front to back. She's fine with hitting frontliners. Zeri's fine in pick, so Zeri isn't isolated to teamfight comps. Is she a chameleon? Is Zeri a chameleon? Because if she is, then blue side still has a lot of options open. So Zeri gets locked in. Red side responds with an Udyr. Historically, Ashe is a decent answer into the Zeri, and if I am unrestricted, then that allows me to get creative with the support picks, and then that might end up leading to a support counter pick. But we want to make sure both sides are drafting like humans, right? We want to make sure both sides are drafting like cohesive team comps, even if blue does end up with a dive comp, which would be pretty fucking awful with Swain left on the table here. Because if you show too many pieces of a dive comp on by 3, then it's just R3 Swain every time. And then Swain doesn't have to care about his direct matchup. Let's just take a look. The direction of the enemy's comp... If we're going under the assumption that Zeri is truly a chameleon... Here, I'm just going to full screen this even. If we're going under the assumption that Zeri is truly a chameleon, then the enemy hasn't shown any direction yet. So you need to pick something flexible, something that works well into what they've shown, but something that doesn't lock themselves down just yet. So any developed class champion would be out of the question. Because you don't know if it's too early for them yet. What's up, Ben? It's the deer. Yeah, we're considering locking in the deer in response to a Zeri FP, because we're just trying to punish her as hard as possible. And if you reveal an Ashe right away, what does that say about your team comp? Because we're not guaranteed support counterpick yet. And if you're running Ashe without support counterpick, then maybe that's not the play. So even though I've been studying Ezreal matchups, I don't actually know exactly what the Ezreal matchup into Zeri is just yet. I would say it's like if I had to guess based on what I now know about Ezreal, because my AD carry complained the other day after I put him in a bad like Ezreal lane, or like a difficult skill matchup is what it was. Ezreal struggles against things that can all-in him, that have better all-in, that have tools to chase him down after he arcane shifts. That is Zeri. Zeri is that, exactly. But with limited angles. And in lane, at least, Ezreal shouldn't be super vulnerable to Zeri at any stage. So feasibly, like my gut tells me this is an even matchup. Because like Ezreal into Trist isn't that bad. It's not like it doesn't threaten him as hard as like Ezreal Kai'Sa, Ezreal Vayne, Ezreal Kalista. Do we just see what happens if we slam an Ashe? And if we need to keep our comp flexible. I mean, because we could show a team fight direction right here. But then, of course... I'm trying to avoid picking Ivern, too. Okay, I think I am going to slam the Ashe. Because I know if the very first mock draft I do is just Udyr Ivern, then I know the comments I'm gonna get. What would be interesting? Now it would be really nice if we could take advantage of Ashe's like utter lack of early game power. Blue needs to take whatever counter picks it can get, almost always. We assigned a point value to each character based on my ease of learning system. So you can see how like expensive a team comp is in time. That could be kind of cool. I don't think it's worth my time, like, immediately with all the other projects I'm running. Fuck, what matches Udyr well? I got this far, and I don't actually know what I want to pick into Udyr. Like... it would probably be possible for Wukong to play the game. Although Udyr is a lot of magic damage, which bothers him. Graves into Ashe sounds like a bad idea. Karthus matches clear speed. Does Kayn survive combat? I don't know. I haven't thought things through all the way with the Wukong right now. I guess time ticked over, so we have a Wukong now. Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Ah, shit. Have they started? Ah, they've started. We've got to leave this one. I spent too long on this. Okay. We're going to restore this after the game, I think. Okay. Here we go. Lions draft. It's Lions versus Nocturnals. Again, we're following Darian, who is on Lions mid lane. And I don't know their pool super well. However, we have experienced like some bot lane pool limitations on this side. Yeah, oh no, we missed Volibear. Oh yeah, behind my face, Volibear's been banned. Excuse me. Nocturnals are taking out Kale because the Lions have been... Okay, so last week we saw the Lions like really abuse a... Kale Singed core. They're not going to be able to run Singed anymore. Singed mid was hit very, very hard with the patch. So, like when we had the Predator nerfs, I don't really see the reason to run something like that anymore. Cassidon is taking it. What are you guys planning? They banned Singed. You fools! It sucks now. So, I mean, Seraphine is just the obvious first pick for Lions then, no? Really? You're going to blind Misfortune on B1? Oh, they're playing for... Okay, okay. So Ziggs is picked. What happened to make it suck? Okay, so Singed early game itself got nerfed a little bit. Like, it was kind of a love tap. The adhesive slow is a little worse, and the... I want to say it's fling damage or something like that. Here, let me check. Because I wrote it down. Raw R stats. Yeah, his R stats went down a little bit. But, so that on its own, like, the Singed changes themselves don't really matter too much. But... the Predator changes, like Predator got gutted for the early game, for mid lane users at least. It's a lot, the speed is much slower. Predator now, like, Predator in the jungle is actually a lot worse too. So only like the real core users of Predator like Veigar are happy with it. So Ezreal opts into a poke war into Ziggs, which is fine because we're almost certain that Ziggs is going bot lane. An R1 Mordekaiser is really bold. I feel like this can just get absolutely torn apart by something like, oh my god. No way! Is that Darian's? Is he playing Ivern mid? No way! Dude, I don't know. Okay, Ivern's shield power got buffed, and I looked at that and I said, Ivern doesn't have to auto-attack to clear the wave, like, after a certain point anymore. Like, are you serious? Because there was a point at which... like, Ivern could just press E, walk up to the wave, kill the backline. And then later in the game, he'd have to walk up, press E, and then auto-attack all the backline. But then that buff of, like, 30 means he doesn't have to auto-attack the backline anymore, so that breakpoint doesn't come for much longer. So now Ivern mid is just insane and immovable. And I've played it, and it's absurd. So, okay. So we've had some flexing going around. This is why the Nocturnals felt bold enough to pick Mordekaiser R1, because they seem to be putting it in the jungle, actually. They get an auto-attacker out into it, and then respond with Malphite. Frequently double buffed, yes. He has to find opportunities to leave the lane to get those, which don't always come freely. So the Nocturnals aren't aware of the possibility of the Ivern jungle or the Ivern mid, or they just, like, really think it's Ivern jungle. Yeah, this tells me it's Ivern mid, pretty much. They're banning Victor, so it's harder for them to find something that can poke Ivern in his bushes. So yeah, it's Ivern mid. They have bot lane AP to compensate for a lack of mid lane mage power. I'm actually interested if a Kindred comes out next to Ivern here, which would be very resistant to the Malphite. Silas banned away too. So they don't want Jax flexed away into the Malphite, I guess. But where would Jax even be flexed to here? It's so unlikely to be Malphite jungle. It has to be Mord. So yeah, Jax is not really a champion you want to blind pick, but they thought they were picking it in response to the Mordekaiser. That's not a matchup I can comment on. I don't know it very well. Ezreal Thresh. Okay, no, so it is Ivern jungle. Almost certainly, right? Now that we've seen the Irelia. Because what else could it be? Ivern mid, Jax jungle, Irelia top? So it is Ivern jungle. Because I don't really... They pick Morg into the Thresh. I mean, yeah, okay, it's somewhat favorable. It stops Thresh from aggressing, but, like, he doesn't really want to aggress that hard with the Ezreal by his side. We have 2 poke AD carries with 2, like, lump supports. Yeah, they're absolutely flexing the Ivern around. Now that they know they've taken Yasuo into Irelia. Oh, my solo lane matchup knowledge is so bad, guys. Alright, so what have we got from Nocturnals? We have Nocturnals have a defensive bot lane, like a uber defensive bot lane, who don't even do anything for each other. They have a Malphite Yasuo combo. And they're... I don't know. There's some weird things going on here in general. Like Lions are so close to kind of being a dive comp. Are they a 1-3-1? Are they actually a 1-3-1? Pure defensive bot lane. You have Ziggs Morgana to kind of dissuade any action around them. Ivern to cover them. Lions have a 1-3-1. Okay. And truth be told, I don't know what the fuck Nocturnals have. Like... they have, like, pieces of a Wombo. Like, you see Yasuo, so they're supposed to be, like, a combo comp. They're supposed to play 4 Yasuo combos. But they don't have a winning bot lane. It's not a hard lane for Ezreal at all. Wait, do they have a winning bot lane? Morgana's kind of useless. They might have a winning bot lane, actually. Yeah, if you count the Mordekaiser pull and the Thresh Flay, like, I guess, but... You're not getting any meaningful combos out of those. Unless the Mordekaiser finds, like, a monster flank. Well, let's find out, like, for sure where these picks are going. I can't spectate champ select. That's right. Or Thresh Flash Flays in. I mean, yeah, he can. He can do that if he really wanted to. But why would the Lions... Why would this Lions team comp ever be in a position where a Flash Flay hits more than just Ziggs? Because the only way he should ever be able to get that is, like, he finds something in mid, before, like, Morgana's wildly out of position, no block shield, or she can't react to the Flash Flay. Like, it's just... You see these 2 side laners here, right? Irelia, Jax are both good at playing out, like, the edges of a fight, but then you have 2 edge team fighters, and then, like, your actual team fight is... Like, the supporting cast around it is pretty poor, so, like, obviously Lions aren't playing for team fights. So why then, if you see that, when you have the comp that you have, that isn't super committal, that isn't full team fight, why would you then go Yasuo into that? Unless you're just trying to make mid lane really, really, really messy. I think the Thresh pick is abysmal. I think he could have found, like... But then the Morgana also doesn't do Lions any favors. Really, yeah, I need to... I need to really, really go back into my champion study, I think. Because I look at the Ziggs and I'm like, yeah, Ziggs is a cool champ. You can go into a variety of team comps, and then I don't even think about, like, specifically which directions they could go into. My drafting skills are, like, getting better and better and better, but, like, oof. There's still a lot of, like, champion-specific details that I don't know the answer to right away. So then I see a draft like this, I'm like, okay, I've never seen this before. This is so wild. I have to figure it out in real time. Like, opening a draft with Ziggs right now in this economy. Yeah, Ezreal pick was great. Malphite pick was great, flexing the Mordekaiser into the jungle. Mordekaiser's kind of... I mean, is he just a hyper-clear sort of thing? But then sending your jungler into the Death Realm on objective fights. Okay, whatever. I assume they're done champ select by now. Yeah, they are. Oh! Oh, something's happening here, guys. Okay, so they don't have their usual jungler. Oh my god, they're playing with a sub-jungler on, like, the week that makes you playoffs. And that's why it's Ivern, too, because it's Camcom, who is a support main. It's where the Spellbook Malphite comes in, baby. He takes Smite. Localized entirely within your draft pick? Exactly. How are you doing, Sonic? It's good to see you. Orangey Yasuo, too. Is he sending me? Okay. What is this, Darian? He's sending me Instagram posts right now. He's in game. Why are you sending me these? You are in game. You've come to Flame Darian. Well, sorry, Sonic. Operation Flame Darian was last week. Okay. Let's put it up. Could be a pause. I hope it's not a pause. I hope not. He already died, so he's sending... Yeah. Okay, I'm really interested to see the Ivern. I love Ivern. He is buffed this patch. He's actually giga buffed this patch. Like, Ivern is so much stronger this patch than he was before. I guess they were concerned that with an Ivern flexed into the jungle... So it was never a flex to begin with. It just appeared to be a flex. And, of course, we're turning on Fog of War, so we're not going to be able to see the red team. We have to view this from the Lions' perspective. Chat, what do you guys know about Jungle Mordekaiser? I hate this new spec bug. We have to wait until the timer actually starts. Like, oh, there we go. Okay. I know how it feels. Takes jungle camps to gain EXP and money. Oh, so that's what he does. Does everybody have the ace flat? Is that ace? No, wait, which one is that? Fuck. I should know. I should know.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Is that the one I'm thinking of? Guys, help me out. You guys are very gay. That's not trans. That guarantee that one is not trans. That's NB. Oh. Okay. Yeah. No, that actually makes sense. That makes sense. Steven, how do you know about the trans flag? That's one of the most recognizable ones. Trans is Sylvia.
Minions have spawned.
The Canadian flag. Okay, what have we got here? It looks like Ivern... Okay, Ivern's pathing to where you typically do want to see an Ivern. Although... It is like a matchup agnostic clear. Somebody's there. It was a Renji. Okay. So there's a ward on the blue buff. Doesn't really change anything. It is a bit concerning because Ivern's biggest weakness is being interrupted on his first clear. Or it's like, or being pressured on his first clear. Like if the enemy jungler already... Wait, is blue buff not smoke? Oh, you need to smite the blue buff, Camcom. This is exactly what we fought. Okay, Darian! Look at him go. We're making it messy as hell. Level 1 combat. Every summoner burned from mid lane except for Yasuo Flash. Morgana scrapping with Thresh. Ivern now has to... Okay, so Ivern smoked red buff, actually. Then I didn't check to see where Mordekaiser started. With our, like, wall hack, because of spectator view, we get to know that Mordekaiser's full clearing. Fast clear, healthy as a... healthy. So he is a power farmer. Juggernaut ganks are... stinky. We have some early action in the top lane. Camcom coming up here already. Is this your win condition lane? Because I didn't do all of like the jungle. Ezreal's level 1? Oh no. Ziggs has exhaust in a poke lane? Thresh disconnected from the game? We're not pausing the game? There it is. So this is when Darian sent me the Instagram post. Can you give me a kill back, please? I think Peapots follows me on Twitter. I remember because his entire Twitter account was like Alistar themed for like a month or something. It's like Alistar's biggest fan. Okay, so let's think about the situation here. No, 100% of the jungle attention needs to go mid this game. Bot lane, I mean, bot lane's in theory volatile because poke versus poke is really what you want to swing fast. Like, poke versus poke swings fast and swings hard. Ezreal performs, like, decently into the Ziggs poke, but then, like, neither side really has help from their supports doing anything, so I feel like bot lane's just going to kind of stagnate from the jungler's POV. Mid lane is chaotic as hell. Aurelia, Yasuo are, like, we've already seen it. They're going to be scrapping forever. Top lane should be uneventful except for gank setup. This is Malphite's weakest point in the game, like, before he can cripple Jax. But no, I don't actually think I agree with showing ourselves as an Ivern running top lane. Because I did say Mordekaiser's ganks are not outstanding. But, as we pointed out, he has Ghost. He has his Claw. So if he catches Aurelia on a commitment, which she wants to make, because these two are going to be going at it constantly, and then it becomes a 2v1 where Ivern is not present, well... It's like the tipping point of the game. Back to flaming Darian. There we go. Okay. And so now we also enter like a bigger Ivern problem where I can't even click them camps right now because we're scrapping. I feel like this is not what should be happening. I mean, I guess the gank did swing that. We have to wait because Spectator hates pauses. Yeah, these aren't marked. Ivern's econ is going to be ruined from that gank. Because instead of smiting blue and then full clearing down Camcom, they ran out of mana and health to actually finish the clear. Like, even though Ivern did get buffed, he's still very blue buff reliant. So Darian's only going for this because his team's around. You better have W ready, Darian! Ivern survives this, but Ziggs has to leave. Okay. Missed the We're flaming Darian the whole time. So, I mean, like... I'm figuring out the game in real time right now. Like, how often do you see Aurelia versus Yasuo outside of solo queue? And I don't play solo queue. This is what makes Ezreal actually win the matchup against Ziggs, I guess. The fact that he, for once in his life, actually has a favorable all-in. Actually, that would make perfect sense why Ezreal actually, in the general case, beats mages. Huh. Has Darian skilled his W at any point? He didn't have Q, yeah. I think you have to just W the tornado. Yeah, okay, so now a mid laner has a lead. So now what we're going to see, like, Ivern's going to think, well, fuck, that's my lane that really has to do something. Bot lane's scrapping. Ziggs has no damage here. Okay, so Ziggs is dead. So, not to call the game too early, because anything can happen, because it's VAD. But I do not think the Lions win this game. It would take some serious intervention mid, or like just the most despicable Jax 1v9 we've ever seen. It's a Renji and B pots. They're consistent. Okay. Ah, damn. I know Camcom is autofilled, but that pathing error really hurt them. Ivern's like, you know, at least they knew the wolf start. So now, yeah, we already see the 2v2 brewing. Like, was that Mord showing? It was. And so the 2v2 is now losing in mid lane. W that. Darian, just eat. Yeah, just eat the fucking... He's so hesitant to use his W on the skill that actually matters. Like, he would never win the fight. He's 7-5, but... It's the reason he fell behind in the first place. And it's so depressing to see just, like... wacky nonsense like this swing the game. He's leaving the creep for an escape path, but... not a very robust escape path. I'm not watching the map at all. My cozy day is backfiring, guys. Jack's TPing to the bot turret to get here before Malphite, who doesn't have TP. But it's so far away. Like, I don't think he swings anything. Unless now he's the one who catches Ezreal, who doesn't have an arcane shift. Oh my god. That was such a low percentage play. And then obviously Yasuo doesn't walk in. His whole team's dead. Okay. What gold do we have? It was actually a decent time to TP too, like if the wave is just starting to slow push back up. Yeah, we sure showed those Krugs. African Rhino trading into a pretty large wave. Making things messy. He's all-inning. He doesn't care about the wave if he's all-inning. Okay. This is the least tanky Malphite of all time. No cripples here. Cam will duck me. Camcom seems fun. I've never heard anyone have a bad thing to say about Camcom. I haven't talked to them, like, personally, but that's what I hear. Harold's lost in the bushes. Don't tell me that went to Mord. Oh, it didn't, thank goodness. So, does Orenji get clapped by Daisy? No. Jax is losing to Mordekaiser here. Aurelia is coming, but the Thresh is here too, so I don't think they ever win this. Ooh. But no, don't even burn the flash. It's just... Oh. Oh. No, 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 no! Darian! Alright, back on Enchanter duty he goes. The Aurelia is very, very far behind. Let's try to refocus on this game and start looking for avenues for the Lions to come back in. Because what path do we have? Here we see the lovely Ivern problem of just never having a comfortable path after first clear. Okay. So we're spending Flash. And if we spend Flash like that, then Morgana is a useless champion. No face in female farts. Shaking my head. Well, you have to find a way to throw your E that doesn't get consumed by the wind wall, and I'm sure it exists. Like you have to do like the classic E directly onto him, like double cast, the one that's slower now ever since her last set of major changes. Here's the cripple, so Rhino will lose the trade. If you're trading into that, you're trying to all in. I don't advise this. Okay, so here we go. Now Jax has the push. Now Jax is passive stacked. Now would be a nice time to trade, except he's already lost all his HP. So. And he doesn't know where Mord is. No, oh. I don't think they can swing mid anymore. I think mid is just too doomed. Well, Darian misses the E again. The R gets wind walled. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just, Orenji's way too fed. 3 levels up on Darian. Has Mythic. No finished item there. Malphite solo kills Jax, and Jax 1v9 is like the last angle left in this game. It's over.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay. Plus a Hex Tech Drake. Oh. Okay. That explosion occurred at the exact same time as the announcement. I actually thought Becky got that for a second. You want to play more with Darian in a semi-serious fashion? Maybe. Like, maybe you can throw something together. Maybe flex. Here comes Thresh. So B-Pot's almost certainly dies here, right? No, we don't have a Q on him. Ezreal has the better all-in. It kind of looks to me like it was going to be Thresh for Ziggs trade, but neither of them actually died. So it's probably preferable for the Lions at this point. Just turtle fight. Not with this comp. With you guys, Ben, with you guys, I was saying, like, guys, don't panic, chill out, like, you have the scaling, you don't need to worry. In this case, they do not have the scaling, so they actually, like, no, so Becky should have just died for Thresh, shouldn't he? Because he's not getting the wave anyway, he's not farming. He was forced out of lane anyway. So if Becky just dies for Thresh to actually get some gold influx, that's probably the only way they have to play the game. That sounds like fun, Sonic. Oh, the cripple's getting intense now. Frozen Heart plus cripple. Look at Jax's attack speed! No, it's so... He couldn't land the W. Oh no, guys. Oh no.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Dragons lost to Hornets? Were Hornets... Okay, wait. Yeah, because Dragons actually had to win everything to... Dragons had to win a lot to actually challenge the standings. Because Eagles and Lions are tied. Dragons was trying to catch up. Okay, that's actually huge. Wait, they lost already? What do you mean they lost already? Oh, it's 8:48. So, okay, at least they make playoffs, right? Darien might be 1-7 on Irelia. But it doesn't matter. Because technically, this game is only standings. Yeah, so it's not really worth, like, watching the slow bleed at this point, so I'm just going to show you guys. So yeah, here we are. Dragons have their new loss. Lions 11-7. Lions play against Dragons. So even if Dragons win, it'll be 10-10. You can lose 11, and then it just comes down to Lions versus Dragons if they have the head-to-head, right? Oh, Ezreal actually died. Oh, Orenji died. Oh, we got 1,000 gold. It's a huge shutdown that I missed. I turned away at the worst moments. I mean, we're dead anyway, but...
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
It's still huge. So wait, actually, Ben, explain. Lions can lose all 3 games, and Dragons can win all 3 games, and Lions will still make playoffs? They're up 2-0. It's a 3. It's a 3-round robin. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, okay. Right, because the standings have already been updated, so. Well, this game went to shit fast. See, I'm not familiar enough with Jax to criticize that. I mean, it's effective against his direct matchup in the Malphite. It's effective against the Mordekaiser. It's minimally effective against Ezreal. It does nothing to the actual problem, which is Yasuo. Who ideally Jax doesn't have to answer. Because if Jax ever tries to contribute as an edge team fighter here, he will die. Darian actually uses his W properly in this fight. It's looking fine for Lions. Oh! If Darian doesn't just get run down here. No. No, he did. It was momentarily playable. But now it's lost. Oh shit, you're right. But Jax is a high enough level for it to start scaling, isn't he? It's like, does it start on 11? Let's look this up. I'm gonna leave the actual game on for you guys this time so we don't miss anything. Wit's End starts scaling at... Its bonus damage on hit starts scaling at level 9. So, I mean, Jax is a high enough level for it to start scaling. It's 35 on hit, which... At level 11... Or, he's 11, right? Yeah, he's 11, so it's 45 on hit, which really... Really isn't that bad. So they, I think, if I remember correctly, they really tried to nerf it for bot laners. Because wasn't every 80 carry rushing this? I actually don't remember my Wit's End history anymore. Either way, Jax is at the level where it starts gaining more value. He's just not going to survive long enough to use any on-hits, really. This is why I try not to talk too much about stuff that I haven't, like, looked into yet. Well, it was a problem when Marksman... If Marksman can become very, very tanky, we have an issue. I'm not getting into that can of worms. Like, that's not a real argument. It's funny, though. It's funny. Do I actually have to sit down and do, like, a fucking deep item analysis on every item in the game? I really should. You're a joke! Got him. I won the argument with my funny commentary. So, like, we're just waiting for Lions to bleed out, right? I hate seeing Aurelia permanently in the mid lane, but, like, what can she do? If Yasuo shows up at any point, she dies. Man, running a 1-3-1 when one of your pieces collapses is depressing. So I guess now we know why they would pick Yasuo into Aurelia. They wanted the game to be messy, they're feeling the matchup. It paid off. Is he going Sunderer? Oh, I hope he's not going Sunderer at this stage of the game. This is a dead Campong, for sure. Oh, they even burnt Flash. Everybody gets to die now. Woohoo!
Red team double kill.
So when you look up desperation play in the dictionary, that is in fact what you see. Wouldn't shield bow on Jax. Ugh. Oh, you're talking Darian. Oh, you're talking Darian. Oh, the Irelia has Sunderer. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that is not a real purchase. That can't... What the fuck compelled him to build Sunderer Irelia? When the healing means nothing against the targets you're actually going to hit. Sunderer healing is only, like, a really appealing thing for lane right now. Which, I mean, if you want to build fully for lane, that's your business. Your champion is completely attack speed reliant. Alright, it's just... What the fuck compelled him to build Sunderer? You have Gore, you have Shield Bow, you have Trinity even, like... Fuck it, Yasuo's fed, build Kraken, see what happens, like... Yeah, Jax also has a Sunderer, okay. I mean, we can't comment on the gameplay anymore at this point, because there is literally nothing Lions can do, so I guess the only thing we can talk about is itemization. Ooh! He's actually doing some damage here, but he's not going to be able to finish anyone off. And we don't have... Aw, we don't have Ziggs ulti either. The bouncing bomb didn't hit B-Pots! The redemption killed B-Pots! Oh no. Yeah. Wait! Oh no, but Ziggs... Oh, it's not Locket. That's not Locket. That's an item that doesn't stack with your carry's primary damage. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, this one. That's what I'm looking for. So I received a string of messages from Darian that I'm not going to share with the stream. He's not happy. he's not happy. He didn't enjoy that. Okay. So let's go back to my draft here. I'm just going to get us back to the point we were at, the point we left off at. And then I will share it with the stream again. Okay. We're going back to the mock draft here. So we left off here, where I had actually locked in the Wukong solely because I ran out of time, so I am going to commit to it. We're working with Zeri at the moment. We're trying to figure out if we can find anything that, like, feels good into Zeri. If Zeri is still worth blind picking, if you can punish it really, really hard. And I'm starting to figure out, like, maybe Zeri is a chameleon. Bans beneath my body are Gangplank, Gwen, Lilia. So we do have to, unfortunately, commit to the Wukong, because it's what I came up with. So then, it's like, okay, we've got our Wukong, we've got our Zeri. Ashe is here to neutralize the Zeri as much as possible. Udyr is here to just be a general menace. Now, I don't think the Wukong is necessarily going to perform amazingly directly into Udyr, so it becomes kind of a poor counterpick. Udyr farms faster, Udyr does magic damage into the Wukong, so Wukong, like, doesn't survive that easily. But at the very least, he's still a functional champion here, so now we just need to pick the direction of blue team's comp, kind of. And is diving into an Udyr comp really that great? Typically no. And we can't fully commit to dive either because, as we said earlier, Swain was left up. So that would feel really, really awful if red just went Swain on 3 and then you're stuck with, like, Wukong Zeri plus another diver. Like, ugh. So now we need to find a way to, like, kind of just... We either need to go macro here or we need to... Like, okay, Wukong in a conf that either... we either go macro or we just play for picks, pretty much. Which is also a control comp. Because, like, a pure front to back into the range of Ashe could feel pretty unpleasant. Tune into Victora's stream for a second. Okay, one moment. We still have 120 seconds. Is it actually Yuumi? That's actually a... Fuck, why didn't I think of Yuumi? Oh, it's because every support I've ever worked with says, don't pick me Yuumi. I hate that champ. Alright, we have an ad. I'll check the build in a moment. Is it Yuumi? Does Yuumi lock us into any direction? Yuumi doesn't care at all about Ashe's... Yuumi doesn't care at all about the Ashe trying to neutralize the lane because Yumi's very, very happy with that. It doesn't commit us to a direction. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does, though. It kind of does. What were the Yuumi nerfs again? She got a pretty... Oh, yeah, she got minus 40 on the heal. Ugh. She got minus 40. Okay, Yuumi... What do you mean buffed? Are you fucking... Huh? She just got buffed? What? No. Plus 20 on the shield is worth minus 40 on the heal? Huh? Absolutely not. Oh. Yuumi. 12-12, block unblock. Let's see. Base shield increased. Plus 20 at level 18. Base heal reduced by 40. Yeah, so no. That doesn't compensate at all. But we spent all of our time talking about the Yuumi, so we're just going to figure this out. So Ashe is now in a situation where her lane is neutralized into the Yuumi. We don't have any need to hold like a support counterpick anymore. Blue have basically shown that they're committing to like a dive angle. I don't think there's anything they can do to pivot away from something that doesn't lose to Swain. So it looks like it's Swain, R4 support into Yuumi, into R5 top lane to optimize number of counterpicks because we don't have any like... With Gangplank and Gwen off the table, can I think of anything where you would like be in desperate need to contest like a top lane blind pick? I mean, like literal worst case scenario is Ornn, but then imagine like this comp with like a Kayle, like an Udyr running around with a Kayle. No fucking way they're already ready to draft. Okay, well we'll get back there in a moment. I want to finish mine. Fiora is less of a problem this patch than the last patch. Red, okay, yeah, Red's just gonna pick Swain every single time. Because... What does Blue take in response to that? So now we need to figure out, now that we know we're going Swain, we need to figure out what support we're trying to pair with Ashe into Yuumi. We definitely don't want, like, a raw poke support into Yuumi. Even with the reduced healing. Although, can we get away with it? Can we get away with it? Swain is low damage, Udyr is low damage, Ashe is low damage. So we need damage. So we would love, like, some style of damage support running around. What is it? Who am I looking at? Astronauts? It's Nasus with Chem Tank! Chem Tank Demonic Embrace? Oh, I'm looking into this later. That sounds funny as hell. Holy shits. With first strike into Vhagar! Oh my god! No, Vhagar is fucked! Vhagar is actually fucked. Okay. So we need to ban... I mean, presumably red side would be focusing their bans into, like, the worst things here, or, like, the worst top lane blind picks here. Because, like, do I want Fiora blind? That's kind of throwing down the gauntlet. Ornn isn't a problem for me. I guess we have to consider Riven or something. Riven, Camille. Malphite wouldn't be blinded. Vayne wouldn't be blinded. And the enemy's not going to... Presumably, when the enemy... When red side needs damage desperately, blue side presumably would not just blind pick Kayle. Because, yeah, can you justify blind picking Kayle? In the right context, I think yes. On this patch, yes. So what am I going to ban? What am I going to ban that actually plays nice with Zeri and Wukong? That performs decently into Swain. Because, yeah, I think my bans do get sent towards the... mid lane. Do we just prevent, like, Zeri hypercarry? I don't know, she's getting neutralized pretty hard. She won't be in a winning lane. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Okay, it's Anivia. I think it's Bard ban for blue. I think that's pretty obvious. You'd ban Corki? That's not a bad... That does make Swain's life pretty miserable in a vacuum. Zeri hates to poke, though. I think red side just concedes any idea of winning team fights here. Or blue side, rather. Blue side concedes any idea of winning a team fight and goes for some control comp. So they're trying to find as many favorable matchups as possible. So in that case, Corki would be pretty reasonable. So then does blue just pick a Azir? Yeah, because Fiora is something like really, really appealing for blue to have because they need a side laner. Like they actually desperately need like a powerful side laner. And I'm realizing now I don't know the immediate answer to Fiora. What is the answer to Fiora? Why don't I know this? Why don't I know this? Statistically, what wins? Oh, okay. Yep, then I would pick that. So they're not going to play Fiora blind. Fuck it. Let's just ban the Corki. Why not? But it should have been Azir. But it should have been Azir because Azir handles himself much better in the side lane if you're pushing for like a 1-3-1 sort of thing. God damn it. It should have been Azir. And then, like, I don't know, it's this. Like that. Brand feels really bad, especially since I already know what direction blue is going. So what would I actually want here? Do you ban the standard answer, the one that outgreeds? Because you're not really concerned about... okay, is anybody going to ever see this coming? If you're in this draft, is anybody going to ever see a Rumble support coming? Is that a real ban for me to throw, like, realistically? Because I want to ban it. I think it would actually be super, super good for red right here. I'm gonna ban it anyway, I think. Because, like, red is in dire need of damage. I don't want to play Pyke. Maybe I do want to play Pyke. Actually, Pyke has so much fucking lockdown. He's just, you know, it's just a little unpleasant for Pyke to be into a healer sometimes. Maybe I do want to play Pyke. Maybe Rumble is a lot less threatening than Pyke. Especially since Blue is trying to play something isolated at all times, and Zeri has better means to escape from Rumble. Yeah, I think I do unironically ban Pyke here. And then, so... I clicked support as though that's going to show up. So then Red would pick Rumble. But if Red picks Rumble here, then Kale becomes less... Oh, shit, that's actually... Then Kale becomes worse to have by a lot. Which means Fiora becomes more appealing. Okay, we just need to finish up this draft. Fuck it. I'm just gonna, like, speed run it. So it's Azir. And then it's some, like, hard side laner. I saw Darian. I'm still caught up in this. It's ongoing, right? Oh, it's done. The draft finished. We'll watch it after I pee. I think. I mean, Zeri just does nothing here, no? This feels awful. So if you're actually bold enough to blind pick a Camille here, or maybe it's Trind, but then we go Malphite. And then do we have the damage if we go Malphite now that we have Rumble and Swain, Rumble, Swain, Udyr together? I mean, we have the option to go Malphite either way with Fiora. Fuck it, let's just commit to something. Let's just pick Fiora, and then, like, I don't know. Does this team take Camille? Yeah, whatever. Okay. We'll analyze this one later. In the meantime, look at Darian's drafts. I'm going to use the washroom, and I'll be right back. Okay. What's all this then? The Return of Karma Sivir. Okay, so what are the bans? There's an Aatrox, there's a Kale, and there's an Ivern from Hornets. Very smart. There's a Zeri Wukong Volibear. I consider that reasonable enough. However, it left open Seraphine, so the Hornets first pick Seraphine and can flex it to their heart's content. There's a goddamn Belveth in this draft. Oh, okay. Belveth into Nunu? Huh? What? Okay. So Karma Sivir are just picked abruptly. Sivir is met with a misfortune. Who I cannot imagine that to be a positive lane for Sivir. And a blind pick Ornn. Okay. So, because they're prioritizing Camcom's picks before the draft comes through, they pick Nunu. Top lane bans, like, answers to Ornn come through. They ban Swain, Mordekaiser. They're giving Darian counter pick. Darian took the Azir into... Oh, what the... Okay, so this is weird. This is really, really, really weird. I like the Cho'Gath with the Poke Core. The Poke Core is grossly effective into Belveth. This looks like one of the worst Belveth spots I've seen in a while. Except, of course, that Sivir's range is limited. So we're viewing Sivir as like a Poke champion. But, I mean, it's probably Lethality Sivir with a Q. And it's just... It's not good. It's not... Hornets started with like a Wombo Core, and then pivoted into Bel'Veth Azir. Azir doesn't really fit super well, and then is just in a bad matchup. So, I mean, sure. Azir's safe into the Nunu. I think that's probably why they picked it. I hate the Bel'Veth into Nunu, because if Bel'Veth falls behind, then she's useless. Okay. Actually, I like the direction of Lions. I just hate how they got there. Yeah, so that, I like that they ended up... I mean, do I like that they ended up with this? It's a poke into Wombo. No, wait, it's poke into Wombo, guys. It's like a siege comp. This is like a proper actual siege comp with disengaged Cho'Gath, but then there's an out-of-place Nunu, and then there's also a Wombo core on the enemy team, but it's a Wombo core that's left unfinished by this random Bel'Veth pick that came from nowhere into stuff she tends to struggle into. Who knows, maybe the Bel'Veth just Giga farms and gets fed anyway, or maybe she just finds random ganks on the lanes. Yeah, no, both comps are half-baked, and stylistically, Lions are not favored into Hornets. We're just looking for Nunu chaos. I need to turn on a fan. And to turn on a light, too. All Sivir knows is throw pizza, eat hot chip, and lie. Oh, is Giggle in this? Yeah, this dude is my 80 carry on Dragons. Wait, he's in VAD now? It's too bad. Yeah, the split where I went 1 and... I mean, was it 1 and 17? I think so. Yeah, the split where I went 1 and 17, my only draft split ever. This was my 80 carry. King Queen versus female fart. They're very creative with the names, aren't they? I'm so slow on my drafts. I can't believe we only got 1 in between both games. We're going to be drafting after the series then. We're going to be spending a lot of time on drafts. True. Factual statements. Okay. Breathe, everyone. Before the game gets out of hand, let's try to figure out what Nunu needs to prioritize. Because there's a Cho'Gath Ornn, that lane's a snooze fest. There's an Azir Xerath, that lane is grossly Xerath flavored. Do you guys want... Okay, I don't want anything Xerath flavored. No thanks. That lane is grossly Xerath favored. And then there is a Misfortune Seraphine versus Sivir Karma, which I don't know Misfortune's matchups, and I really, 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 really need to get on that. But I would probably rate this a poke v poke, and if they're a Wombo core and you don't really have any means to just run into Bel'Veth, then Misfortune is the most important carry in the game, and so you probably path 3 camp into bot lane. Darian! Okay, so yeah, if I am Camcom here, I want to go towards my bot lane. And if I'm Bel'Veth, what's most likely to have prio for me? Also bot lane. Because Seraphine is one of the best supports at contesting Karma on the shove. Misfortune absolutely outshoves Sivir early. We're gonna run out of snowball here. It's a Seraphine flash. Okay, Nunu's going down there. Yep, 100% Nunu's going down there. If I see Camcom start blue buff, I'm going to be very upset. Okay, we say Misfortune loses. Oh, because you're a support Misfortune player. That's right. That's right. No, Camcom. No, you don't path towards the orange Cho'Gath lane. No. Okay, so this, I think that decision alone dramatically reduces Lion's chances to win this game. You're literally an ADC. Oh, yeah, that part. Where Misfortune's your favorite champ, too. Huh. That part. Never fought. I don't think it's unreasonable for Hornets to have put the Seraphine support, especially once they see the Karma. Like, that's a fine matchup for Seraphine. They do actually have the shove. Bel'Veth is also pathing to top. Guys, what's going on? Why are the junglers pathing up top? Look at the battle of the titans! Look at them go! Ornn versus Cho'Gath clashing it up top lane. Everybody wants a front row seat to this one. Look at that bounce castle. So exciting. Oh, Misfortune's got a tier start too. I don't fucking believe. And here's Bel'Veth for the counter gank! This is not the lane this is supposed to happen in. And now Nunu can't do anything. Oh my god. The top laners actually traded so heavily that it attracted both junglers. The Ornn Cho'Gath actually hyper traded with each other. Meanwhile, Nunu could have had uncontested grab access to the fucking, like, the river between Nunu's two most important lanes. Bel'Veth getting first blood is actually really, really bad. So I've been talking about how I think this champion is, like, not that good and not super appealing for competitive play, but you know, I've changed my tune a little bit because you have to acknowledge how, like, unspeakably despicable Bel'Veth with a lead is. Azir doesn't have a way out. He doesn't have a soldier. He has a way in, though! Oh, no. Okay, huge for Darien. Back on his old main. His good old signature Xerath. Bel'Veth is getting this crab. Bel'Veth already got this crab. Bot lane's dead. Unless they can get out of here. I'm not actually factoring in the flashes for some reason. Wow, they're actually turning it around. Okay. Okay. I'm here thinking, like, bot lane's dead. Meanwhile, foursomes available from their lead. Yeah, guys, bot lane's real dead here. Quinn, you're so fucking good at forecasting fights. Oh my god. Well, at least Lions do have an in on this game, right? Bel'Veth's balancing lever is basically just that she really, really shouldn't have a way to get a lead in coordinated play. But here she is. It's like, you see a Bel'Veth jungle, and, like, the enemy jungle's like, free reign on the lanes. Unless Bel'Veth's laners trade like maniacs. Like, they have to make the game so volatile for Bel'Veth to get ahead. Although, with her extra attack range, that actually does make her generally better, yeah? Makes her stronger without a lead. fucking... Wait, no, he could see. He had minions. Clipped him in the skill shot no zone. Very well played. Now, I'm not tracking Bel'Veth, which is a problem, because if you're watching from this overhead perspective, you absolutely need to be tracking the junglers or you won't have any idea what's about to go on. So I'm going to cheat, if that's okay with you guys. Oh, don't have to cheat. Bel'Veth is here. She has 37 CS. So she picked up some lame CS from somewhere. And Cho'Gath is dead. So there's more Lavender for Bel'Veth. She gets her coral. She's going to explode. Wait, she doesn't get her coral? Did she forget to level her R before getting that kill? I actually think if Bel'Veth had true form... If Bel'Veth had true form, what would that have done for... It gives her some AD, doesn't it? It gives her AD and attack speed. And health. It gives her, like, every stat she cares about. Maybe she does kill Camcom there, then. With the coral. Alright, so where are we now? We have Bel'Veth getting a pretty substantial lead over top lane. Xerath Azir going exactly the way you think Xerath Azir should go. Because it hasn't gotten any jungle intervention. Well, it's gotten a little bit from Camcom. And here's some more. Frankly, I have no idea how Camcom even got there. I wasn't watching. Did she have 6 before I should be able to answer this question, but I'm obviously not paying attention. We're 8 minutes in. I do not have control of the game. Okay, what's the pathing? Nunu has like a quintillion camps up. So it looks like it's going to be a full, like, maybe not a full clear. I mean, we do want to be watching all the time. So Nunu's going to take like, the blue buff. Nunu's going to take the Gromp. Nunu is level 6 now. Bel'Veth is here, having only farmed like 1 additional camp. So I don't know what Bel'Veth was doing at that entire time. Fleet of Foot from Sivir. No spell shield until here. So that's not the point you want a spell shield. There's no winning here. Like, this isn't a winnable fight anymore. Oh no, and top lane's just continuing to get clapped. Despite the solo kill. Crab saves Camcom. Xerath does not want to approach this. They just have to kind of take the L. Okay, let's track Bel'Veth from this point on. Bel'Veth took exactly 1 camp. Ooh, Sag. Can Darien auto-attack a creep for... No! He's dead to Bel'Veth. Because here she comes. He's dead to Bel'Veth. Oh, no! Oh, no. That was a comedy of errors. Okay, I think Bel'Veth is in her topside jungle. She might be, like, hyper-prioritizing Herald. It would be really, really bold of her to do that. She doesn't even have second smites. She doesn't have any backup. Like, but Bel'Veth does kind of warp the value of Herald, so maybe she risks it. Tyrion's 5 moves ahead of somebody. He's doing his best. Okay, Bel'Veth is seen. She did, in fact, adjust full clear up to the top side. She probably has a shit ton of golden pocket. So, Bel'Veth is actually trying to power farm into her mythic now. Which means the Lions should be safe to actually... Like, they shouldn't be threatened right now. Because she's going to have to take a base. Soon. And if she hasn't shown just yet, then where could she be? Where could she be? Inversion? Is it an inversion? Okay, well, we can cheat and we know she's in base. So she actually did have the gold she needed. She has Kraken. She takes Herald. Oh, yeah, because the fucking... Spectator View really hates announcing Heralds for some reason, even though Herald 1 is a really important objective that I'd like to see more often. Okay, Belveth yoinks the Herald. She is empowered true form. She's going to recall. I doubt there's going to be an inversion, so we're going to see her bot side where her camps are up because both junglers are clearing top to bot, or bot to top, and they're kind of desync. So as Camcom makes this play here, we're going to see a cross map from Belveth, who may just go sicko mode on the plates. Great cancel. Yeah, so there she is. They see the recall. They're just going sicko mode on the plates. They're trying to full send it with all these Remora. Oh, that's unlucky. We love Xerath into Azir. There's an ulti coming, and since the camera hasn't panned, I'm going to assume Azir lives. Yeah, Darien didn't hit. So the entire turret is down, and then they're just gonna fight bot lane. No, you guys lose this! You can't, like, just give the turrets! Oh no, and the Karma dies despite flashing. Oh, that's a disaster. So the cross map wins the only it wins the one of the greater points of pressure. That's not a real sentence. Lions had, like, bot lane and mid lane to play off of. And bot lane was winning. Bot lane just fell. Bot lane got a big gold injection. And that's a problem. So the lane phase is over, like, shockingly early. They're probably not going to be able to convert this into, like, many more plates. Like, I would be really surprised to see the bot lane show off mid and actually secure a plate. That might be Belveth. Although, why Belveth wouldn't base for tier 2 boots, I can't tell you. We're still playing into the Cho'Gath. So let's give Cho'Gath all of our kills. Maybe Cho'Gath will carry. And that should actually concede Drake, which is spawning in, like, yeah, in 50. So Lions don't have any realistic way of maintaining control over the river with where Nunu is. So they're going to have to concede this, which... Unless Nunu can get there immediately, which he probably can. No, there is time. There is actually, in fact, time for Nunu to get there. Although Darien has a Ludens in base. Darien missed his shocking orb. He's dead. He got tagged by the Seraphine E. He has to burn flash, okay. Because I'm not watching Summoner spells again. Lovely. Either way, favorable outcome for the Hornets until their Azir dies on this. Lions respond. They burn every summoner spell. Belveth is nowhere to be seen until right now. Becky Rita has to flash. Bullet time comes out to kind of dissuade any further plays. Everybody's pretty low. I'm not liking the idea of Darien staying to secure the Drake. But now that Lions are on it, I guess we do have Nunu. I didn't predict how that would go at all. I'm kind of ashamed of that. I keep saying people are gonna die, and it's one of my worst habits as an observer. It's like, oh, this guy's dead, and then they flash. I'm like, what? Summoner spells? Those aren't game mechanics. That's not real. You can't do that. You're dead. Okay, Ludens is done for Xerath. Sunfire's not far behind for Nunu. Sivir's like 2 waves off of presumably Duskblade. Top turret falls because I guess Belveth is actually trying to make room for the second Herald. Azir pokes his granddaughter. Oh, it's Everfrost Cho'Gath, I just realized. And with everybody showing their faces topside, it is a shame that Becky Rita had to recall. Looks like they're just trying to fully defend. Ornn's dead. Oh! Seraphine shield. There's a flash. Level 11 doesn't hit. Okay, close. But Ornn. Okay, so the Lions are going to fully commit to actually denying the second Herald from Belveth. They're all on their mythic spikes. They don't have any, like... Losing Xerath ult in the middle of combat shouldn't be super bad. They don't have, like, 100% of the resources they want. It doesn't do anything. That spell shield doesn't help. Does chunking out Sivir alone? Well, the lines are late to an Azir response. They're killing Seraphine, but it's not like, you know, it's a nice kill to have, but it's not the perfect response now that Azir is at this point. I guess they already gave up their opportunity to have a real response. They're just late. At the very least, it does keep the Herald away from Hornets. Bel'Veth just shows up randomly here. Okay, so nobody in the game has flash, right? Everybody's flashes are down. Karma's is up. Nunu's is up. But no prize. No prize for forcing them back. Ornn is here. So now that nothing's occurred, we're just going to see, like, I guarantee you, this is what's going to happen. Hornets are going to try to set up a Baron. Lions are going to try to just run in. It's going to erupt in, like, a really chaotic fight for fun. Cho'Gath is probably going to TP as one of his teammates is dying. Because you can't approach this. The Hornets just have superior setup. Lions had no plan. So unfortunately, yeah, Herald goes over to Bel'Veth. She's true for him. Darian's dead. No flash. He uses the heal. They're pinned into a wall. The Lions just aren't doing anything proactive. Like, they're not in a position. We're just ending up with random combat, and then nothing controllable is happening. So that's, like, really unusual value for second Herald. I don't know if it's usual value for Bel'Veth's second Herald. Check the sums. I actually wish Darian had just kept his heal and said, oh, I'm dead. There's 4 people on a Xerath. Because if he had kept the heal, then he would have had it available for the Drake fight. And this is what matters. I'd completely forgotten that Lions actually did get the last Drake, so this third Drake fight isn't, like, critical. Death's Dance for Bel'Veth. No W for Bel'Veth, no dashes left. See, it's like everywhere we look, there's just combat. Like, the Lions are obviously trying to set up for a dragon here, and they are taking a lot of HP, but, like, these are just full trades. They get the heal, okay. Hornets have lost, like, all of their major teamfight ultimate. Not all of them. They've lost, like, the damage part of it, but they have Encore, they have Call of the Forge God. So, like, the Lions still need to be a little bit concerned, unless they can just blitz this down and have Nunu confirm it. Nunu's a burger flipper. He enjoys flipping objectives. This champion is just so powerful in that situation. But here comes the blue team. There's no way for Red to keep them out from everybody standing in the pits. Xerath can't contribute. Oh. Standing in the pit, yeah, so this is something that we can now formally put into words. Standing in the pit doesn't mean you have control of the pit. You can actually just get boxed in. There's just something going wrong every time. Okay, Lions, without a lead, what do you do next? Because what's most likely to happen is that after taking your Drake, after stealing that away, it is likely that the Hornets will set their sights onto Baron, because they really do need. They're just trying to duo it with Bel'Veth and Ornn, and they are caught and they are told to stop. Okay. So Hornets are 100% going to be looking to play for Baron. They don't have anything meaningful on the map. They have, like, standing gold down here. They want this gold onto somebody. Probably onto Azir. So they're most likely to send a Zir into a side lane, like as his TP is coming up. Use that pressure to force Shogath to respond, and then with just Nunu to protect like 3 poke champions. Azir backs off, returns to hit Baron. I mean, because Hornets can't just do the Baron into the poke. Unless somehow Ornn is taking 100% of the damage, which isn't going to happen. Seraphine... No, Seraphine heals a lot. There's no universe in which Nunu drifts there. Okay. Let's just focus on the minimap here. Oh. Oh! Oh! Every time the camera pans, someone's dead. Okay, watch the minimap. We can see the Lions playing to a side of the map in which they have no idea what's going on. Big shutdown, but it goes on to a non-carry. Never mind, it goes on to a carry because he's going Everfrost Demonic Embrace. It's just AP Chobo with Grasp. I do not think Lions need an AP Cho this game. Okay. I mean, Ornn is going to leave. Ornn is going to recall and sync up with his team. Actually, Ornn doesn't need to recall. Ornn can just build a Fimble on the spot. Okay, he's moving back up, so his team is right behind him. Yeah, Seraphine is seen. Misfortune is probably going to show on the wave very soon. Mid. Azir is already showing in the side lane. Seraphine's walking up without Misfortune? Okay, where's Mammoth and Bel'Veth? She was actually isolated. That was actually a hanging Seraphine. So if I'm Lions, I actually want Hornets attacking Cho'Gath here. It's not going to happen, but I saw somebody starting to move down towards bot. Of course, Bel'Veth was pushing up top lane. I do not like where Becky Rita is standing right now. He needs to get into the river, or into the mid lane rather. Not into the river, anything but the river. Don't stand there. Because like, Lions just cannot know with certainty exactly where. I hate that they're face checking this. I hate that they're face checking this with the comp that they have. Without Cho'Gath involved, without Nunu involved. It's just their squishies running into the jungle. This is how they get picked. That they're going to get. Okay. If they continue to walk up like this, Karma or Sivir is going to die. Hornets have mid prio. It looks like they're starting to prioritize the Drake that's now spawning. Get themselves onto Soul Point. Honestly, I think you kind of like deceive the enemy into thinking you're running towards the Drake and then just hard back off into the Baron and give them one Drake. Two flashes, okay. This could... They all walked into the choke. Oh no. They all walked into the Misfortunal. So now Hornets get both objectives. Unless... Nope, never mind. I completely failed to actually process anything that's in front of my face. Because Ornn and MF are both dead. Bel'Veth's going to take the Drake. I was thinking in a perfect world you just leave like Azir doing the Drake or something and then send everyone else to Baron, but I'm just too dead. So the thing that I'm most self-conscious about, guys, is my ability to process this information in real time. Like, it's why I'm honestly like pretty weak in solo queue. Like, So we get to all of this, and I'm just like, I'm half asleep here. I mentioned at the beginning, it's like, we're having a cozy day. We're kind of vibing. We're chilling out. I'm not doing so great on the sleep front right now. Now I'm watching these games, and I'm like, yeah, this is going to happen. And then something completely different happens, and I'm like, surprise Pikachu face.
Sorry, little guy.
The Hornets just have such an incredible advantage. Like, it doesn't even matter that Azir is feeding here. Their core with the Bel'Veth is so strong. She shall now take multiple smoochy boochie babies and ram them down your lane. What is Nunu doing top lane? Okay, Inhib's going. Oh, the aggressive turrets! Presses her E. Bel'Veth doesn't have any lifesteal, but still survives. I hate Bel'Veth's build, actually. I don't think Hornets need to pull back off. Yeah, Ornn's coming in. They do get this in him. Nobody's dead. They burned like a few cooldowns, but with no Drake there, it's not like they lose the fight. Bel'Veth might die here, though. She has no E. Quite a lot of... Yeah. The wave finally hit, though. Bel'Veth, you can leave! The wave is there! Bel'Veth! You can leave!
Shut down.
This is kind of a funny haha, but is it getting Nunu killed? Oh, no, it is. It burns Ornn's flash. No, it just won't burn Ornn's flash. I feel like we're just going to see a very, very slow end to this game with the Lions. Like, if the Lions don't find some random-ass pick, which is really, really hard with the comp they have, like, their comp needs to be ahead. Their comp realistically does nothing from behind. The Eagles are playing Bel'Veth mid? Well, that's the new LS thing. They probably got it from there. Hey, how did this fight start? I just looked at my Twitter notifications and all of a sudden... Yeah, that was fun. Alright, wrap it up, everyone. Hornets win the game. Lions pick a really high-risk comp that needs to get ahead to do anything, and then they win their matchups initially that they're supposed to win, but we path entirely to the top lane. We try to get our Cho'Gath ahead. Cho'Gath is the highest death champion on the team, trying to do something with the gold by building AP when that's just not necessary for the team. Nunu doesn't have a real lead. Bot lane collapses, mid lane collapses. What went wrong? It's just Bel'Veth snowball. Bel'Veth snowball and just random picks from Lions. They're playing very loose. Is it actually? Oh, I've got to see this. Oh my god. What the hell is going on in this game? It's Udyr top, Gwen jungle, Ivern mid, and Ahri Zoe bot lane. Oh, the dragons are eliminated and they're just trying to have some fun. That's what's happening. Okay, what's going on in the game we're actually watching? Lions are trying to get into the pits, but Becky Rita's already lost like 100% of HP, so like the fight is doomed. Xerath isn't here. The fight cannot be won by Lions. Bel'Veth hops the wall here, right? Oh, Darian's. Okay, good flash, good flash. I'm really surprised Hornets are not just taking this hole here. Oh, because they're looking at the end. Because if you see where they're... Yeah, they just want to really, really pressure everybody. Because they don't value Soul over the Nexus. In fact, she shouldn't even value Soul over 2 tier 4 turrets. Like, yeah, so now they're not going for the Soul because they just have a win with where the enemy's standing, where the wave is. Of course. That's the end of the game. Shogath gets his last meal. Yeah, game's over. Ah! No! What do you... Yes, it's a good game for Leandry's MF. But you have double burn. I'm sitting here looking at the Belveth build and I don't even notice what the hell's going on down here. Double burr. It's actually a good game for Leandry's MF. Okay, back to this nonsense where I just kind of choked the end of the draft because we needed to move on really fast. We have Rumble support, Rumble Ash. How does this actually go? Okay, to figure out how this actually goes, we need to kind of look at what both comps are trying to do. The number one question is Zeri miserable within her own comp? Is Zeri just depressed? Can Rumble take Hex Flash? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think he can. It's just, like what does it do? If Rumble has Hex Flash, what does it actually do? Extends a range for his E, I guess? I mean, it can. So, I mean, Zeri's not getting a lead here, right? Zeri is into a really heavy neutralizing lane. There's multiple slows. It's hard for her to function. She can't dive into the Swain. She can escape from everything pretty easily. So, we do have weaker Yuumi. On paper, I don't think Zeri's unhappy in the lane. And then we have to look at how the rest of the game is going to play out. We have Camille Fiora, which is a matchup that Fiora eventually outscales in the 1v1. Fiora, I believe, has a more competent lane phase. And then Camille uses standard, like, split push counterplay, so as soon as she sees the Fiora in the side lane, she immediately engages onto the rest of the core. Now, Zeri is susceptible to the Camille, but who isn't? Azir protects against the Camille actually pretty effectively. Well, I don't think it's necessary for Rumble to Hex Flash. He has his speed boost. Zeri wants to, like, permanently hug the wall here. If she goes Cleanse, she's really, like... If she goes Cleanse, she's not that unhappy. She has to go Cleanse, obviously. Azir is probably a decent side laner, because we were saying that now that we see the Swain, now that we see, like, Udyr and all that, blue side knows they're never going to win a fight, and they just want to play for sides. So they're basically running a pick comp. Their job is to pressure with Fiora, and then as somebody is... Yeah, their job is to get some kind of push, which I do think Zeri can contest as the game goes on. I think she can contest the mid wave. Their job is to get some sort of push and then use their Fiora and Azir in the side lanes to draw pressure away, and as that's happening, Wukong, Yuumi catch somebody on the rotation, and Zeri can follow up very quickly. That's the idea of their comp. Red side, meanwhile, they want to neutralize the early game, they want to scale up, and they want, like, explosive team fights. Or they just want explosive catches, too, because they're also very good at catching people directly. Like, if somebody's sitting directly in a lane, red team is good at that. If somebody is rotating, blue side is good at that. You know, if cleanses the move... Okay, what the fuck else are you going to take? There is a Swain root. There is an Ashe arrow. There is an Udyr stun that can prevent you from jumping away. Like, there... Of course cleanses the move. What when bot has 14 slows and a stun? Like, you're taking cleanse for the arrow. You have a portable double summoner spell on your back. You have a Yuumi. You're not getting a lead in the lane, but like, what the, like, you're gonna take ignite in this lane? You're you're gonna have Zeri go like heal while the Yuumi has exhaust ignite in this lane? Absolutely not. Ghost. That's actually, yeah, I low-key forgot about how fun Ghost Zeri can be. But then Yuumi is obligated to rush Mikhail's. Forgot about Ghost Zeri, I actually did. It has no combat power early, though. Yeah, and I remember playing Ghost Zeri now that you bring it up. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. But, like, yeah. Is it the best? Is it the best? Is it the best? Because Yuumi must keep Zeri safe from an arrow. Zeri can't hug a wall 100% of the time. In lane phase, at least. I think the real question mark is the Azir. Does Azir get to play the game outside of lane? On red, on blue. And how badly does Udyr screw up everyone's plans? I think both teams can play out the game. Which is good. That's actually good. If we ended up in a situation where both teams can play the game. Even though bot lane is hard early. Yeah, okay. I'll save this draft and we'll keep it for later. We have safekeeping. So what the hell is happening in this game? It is 80 carry Ari. Oh my god. Let's investigate Zeri more deeply. The question is Zeri a true chameleon? Does Zeri, like, actually impose no restrictions on your comp? Does Zeri truly fit into everything? Because I'm not sure that she does. There's one ghost game here, although she lost. Okay, so what is Zeri paired with here? There's an Orianna. Yep, just by default, you're a team fight comp. Tank, Zeri, Orianna. This is front to back, right? I hate the ads here. Okay, excuse me for a moment. Excuse me for a moment. 1 second. Wow, guys, the ads magically went away. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we can't leave it at an I think. We can't leave it at an I think. We have to prove it. We have to be absolutely sure. Let me turn on my music again. I do like Lightbringer, but it's a little too intense for what we're doing right now. So Zeri zooms a lot more off the initial ultimate cast than she did before. So what do we have? Yuumi is a very, very common partner for her. We've got, like, this weird flank team fight. Is this a flank team fight? I mean, Camille is, like, a cornerstone of flank team fight. You pick Camille because you want to team fight or make picks. We're seeing Zeri with, like... We're seeing Zeri with poke champions, like, every so often. There's a Corki here, a Zoe here, a Corki here. Is this Bison? Or, like, is this that, no. There's like a Zeri mid win here somewhere. Yeah, this one with the Ludens where he got, like, 11 CS a minute or some insanity like that. Okay, so let's put this to the test. Zeri. Let's pull up a list of all the team comps we can run, okay? Can Zeri play front to back? Yes. Can Zeri play flank team fight? Oh yeah. Can she play Wombo? She doesn't Wombo anything, but as a team fight, so. She absolutely can play dive. Can she be the cornerstone of a hyper carry team fight? I think so, yes. Okay, so Zeri's good in all team fight comps. Then it just comes down to matchups. Okay. What about pick comps? 100%. 1-4, yeah, she's very safe. 1-3-1, yeah, she's very safe. Siege, no. I think no. I think you can't run Zeri in a siege comp. Neutralize comps, doesn't make sense. Dragon aggro, no. Tempo, no. Pile, I mean, I guess. She's strong. So without factoring in what the specific champions beside her will be, technically that does mean Zeri can play anything. So now does it matter what the enemy picks into her? Like, is Zeri miserable because there's an Ashe in this game? Like, is it unplayable? Is Zeri sad about the Udyr? Is Zeri sad about all the lockdown here? Does Zeri lose the game because she just jumps out? So, like, what are all of these? This is close to a classic Viego team fight, but it's Viego without his burst. Like a single target burst. You guys lost to Syndra on 12-11. Does Zeri just start to need some protection as the enemy? No. So then the only issue is, like, Zeri can fit into most comps, but then her range becomes an issue. And her range isn't always an issue because she has the mobility to back it up. But as the enemy team becomes more poke-oriented, Zeri needs to be enabled better to dive. That's the answer. Yeah, that's the answer. That's the answer. Which is where Yuumi comes in. Okay, why is this stuff staying here? Yeah, that's where Yuumi comes in. So in that case, now to be absolutely sure about where Zeri fits in and where she's miserable, then we just need to know her actual matchups and how good and bad they are. So I guess Zeri's the next one to study, huh? Because look, not much range. Zeri can kind of play this out behind her front line, like front to back it, peel away from Akali. Like, she's happy here. There's a Yorick in this game. And then, like, let's try to find the most egregiously long-range enemy comp. Zoe Callista doesn't count. Callista must have just snowballed the lane here. And there's a set beside Zeri, yeah. I don't know what it is with Chinese supports and, like, picking set constantly, but they love that shit. They love set support, and I can't understand why. Oh my god, no wonder I'm so bad at like working on the fly, because you guys know how like the first move in chess actually determines what kind of game it's going to be. The same is true of B1 in League. It's like if you make certain moves, it could be an aggro game or a slow game or like whatever in chess. I need to learn chess. The more I learn chess, the more it translates to League of Legends. Oh my god, though. Yeah, so no wonder I'm, like, floundering in draft sometimes. Because I'm not, like, preparing myself for how specific champions influence the rest of draft. So you need to know, like, what happens when a Zeri first pick starts the draft. How do you respond to a Zeri draft? How do you respond to a Wukong draft? How do you respond to, like, a random-ass B1 Ziggs somewhere? Like... I can close this because I don't want to just steal their content. Twitch, Ezreal, Seraphine, Senna are the... Okay, so you don't really consider Twitch a ranged option. You shouldn't. Yeah, people are not playing Ashe because there is an ad on my screen anyway. My ad block is on and running, and there's an ad on my screen anyway. Yeah, so people don't play Ashe because Ashe herself is not very strong. Ashe becomes very strong when she unlocks new support picks. Ashe, like she's a good answer to stuff, and she fits well into your comp, and what she does is valuable. But your support has to be ready to pick up the damage slack, and that's not something that a lot of support players are comfortable doing. You're considering playing some real fuck shit game 3. Why? Because you're already locked in? So it's gonna be like a meme game? Oh god, Darian. Also, spoilers! Spoilers? Gosh. I mean, by all means, go Bard mid. That sounds fun. Apparently, it's really good. I just haven't spent the time on it myself. I'm just beating myself up, Darian, because I'm so fucking... I'm so out of it today. I'm not able to, like, follow the flow of the game as well as I'd hoped. The fact that both junglers passed top last game is ridiculous. I can't believe that happened. It's like, yeah, let's all pass to the orange Cho'Gath lane, guys. Both of us. Oh, okay, good idea. Yeah. I want that. So yeah, let's think more. So we don't consider Twitch a real ranged pick. Senna is amazing into Zeri. Like, Senna is an outstanding pick into Zeri. So which is why you see Zeri here, Senna here, Ezreal here. Like, that makes sense to me. Zeri was flexed in the mid lane to avoid the Senna matchup. How often do we see the Senna matchup? I mean, like, how often does Senna and Zeri get through at the same time? Because it happened here once in NA. And then, like, once here in LFL. Why do we not consider... I mean, like, we consider Twitch a ranged matchup, but, like, is Twitch really pressuring you from very long range? Like, he's not pressuring you from very long range. Twitch protects himself with his cask, but like... No, well, he still wants to ambush you. Like, okay, a Twitch who just shows up and presses R from max range is a very ineffective Twitch. Very, very ineffective Twitch. So, like, it's not the kind of thing that would force Zeri to change her team comp around. Like, because if the premise here is... as the enemy picks more range, Zeri's comp must be better at diving. And Zeri's comp must help her to dive more. If that's the premise, then Twitch doesn't fit into that at all. Like he's not going to consistently outrange Zeri and force her to change her comp. He's going to get in as close as possible in stealth, pop his R, so Zeri has to make like as much distance as possible to actually escape and live. And so that way, when she goes over a wall, he's still in range. Like, so no, it doesn't fit into the same thing. It's not the same concept. It's like, yeah, like in a vacuum. It's like fucking picking Kog'Maw into long range champions. It's like, yeah, I guess he can kind of match them sometimes, but then like half the team fight he's just sitting there uselessly. You know, like Kog'Maw doesn't just exist to outrange people. So no, instead we would be looking at like Senna, Seraphine, Ezreal, like stuff closer to that, because those are the champions who are actually going to pressure Zeri to change her comp. And now we can understand that the best way to fuck Zeri is to pair Senna and Swain together. God, Swain is a problem. Like every time you try to think of a draft, it's like, okay, how do we beat this? How do we beat all of that? Oh, now that Swain's in the game, we can't. Because now we need to move forward, but Swain says no. Oh, or Anivia. Because moving forwards in this meta sucks. Well, Swain, Senna not necessarily in the same lane. Senna Cho'Gath as a lane. God damn. Senna Seraphine as a lane. God damn. Like if I had to wager a guess, I would say that the lane counters the Zeri just outrange her. Or outpush her. Or really, like, Zeri's lane kind of sucks, doesn't it? Does it still suck after the changes? God, there's so much to check out there. And this is all just for one champion. So in that sense, I mean, let's go back to our draft here. We'll pair these together. Okay. So if we go back to our draft here. Then Zeri fits into her comp well. She survives what the enemy throws at her. Yeah, Zeri fits. Zeri fits. Zeri's happy to play the game. Zeri won't necessarily win lane, but... Actually, Zeri might... Okay, it really depends on how insane the Rumble support is here. So yes, if you are able to compositionally support Zeri in a number of team comps, then Zeri can be first picked. And then her effective Q range is like 625 or something, right? Because it reads 800, but the way they calculate, like auto attacks are center to center or something, skill shots are edge to edge, or other way around, or like I don't know. I don't know exactly. I think auto attacks might be edge to edge. I love her Q. It's fun. It's a fun ability. Yeah, because factually, if Zeri wants to just sit and DPS something, she has to be in a safe range. So she needs to be either enabled, she needs like something around her to help her hit the front line, or she just needs to ambush. Okay, we'll do a matchup analysis on her later. Do we have time to do like another mock draft, or what's going on with Darian? ETA on start time. I said time twice in that sentence. Okay, Let's do another mock draft. Because it looks like we're still going to take some time. Okay. Mock draft number 2. We have access to every champion in the game. We're not going to let Zeri through. Instead, we're going to kind of come up with like another thing we can first pick that would make for something interesting. So obviously, Senna's gone on this side. Seraphine's gone on this side. And I think we just banned Zeri on red too. I don't know if... I think Zeri's very strong. I think Zeri is very worth picking. But like... I do have to kind of question my judgment a little bit on the B1. We've shown that it works. Then I just need to check the power level. So, again, I mean, Gangplank just seems like such an outstanding band, but like maybe we change things up a little bit. I don't know if banning Swain is correct, because if we have access to everybody in the game... Okay, well, red side bans like don't even need to be considered. Is Udyr worth first picking? Like, would I first pick Udyr? What should we try first picking, guys? Is there anything that you guys think are strong in the meta that you want to see how it works as a B1? I'm low-key just banning Twitch. Oh, that's right. It's the other screen. Little rat fuck. Do I take out Renata? Oh! Oh, I know what I'm gonna do! I know what I'm gonna do! No. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to try to B1 Callista and see if I can actually make it work. While trying to punish it with access to everything in the game. And we're gonna do it without weirdo Ashe lanes too. And we're banning like a bajillion 80 carries. And you obviously can't let Seraphine through. Okay, so we're going to B1 Callista. Which is something that a lot of teams right now are doing. And they're like, yeah, trust me, Callista's really, really good. So, I mean, the thing that I've been saying as kind of a meme is that Callista is simultaneously the best AD carry in the game and the worst AD carry in the game. Like, her lane phase is so strong. The leads she's able to generate are excellent. And then it is so common that Callista just enters a team fight and does absolutely nothing. Like, she can't function. It's not a real pick. So she's an aggro champ, so we're going to have to... Like the idea that I am running over right now is that Callista must be in a tempo comp. I'm going to say Callista's a Monarch. She's either tempo or dragon aggro. So with that idea in mind, can we make a functional Callista draft while the enemy actually has access to everything, except Ashe, of course, to punish her? So first of all, right away, I would want to be considering what my AD carry answer into Callista is. Because Callista's very good at closing the distance into long range and very good at... Like you know, her early all-in is threatening. Oh, man. And I don't want to just dive Monarch into this. It's like if we see Callista, it's like, okay, we're gonna beat your early game. We're gonna pick Samira. We're gonna pick like a Samira combo. Samira can all in constantly, right? And then it's the question is like, okay, well, what goes with Samira there? What has a slow that Samira likes to play with? Because Samira needs to be played with CC. And then in that case, what's stopping Blue from just picking Swain and making Samira uncomfortable? What's stopping Blue from picking Anivia? Okay, so we've B1'd Callista to see what would happen. And so, like, one of my preferred answers to Callista is the Aphelios, because he's got so many, like, he's got such high damage. He can counter all-in Callista if she moves into his space. I think Aphelios is very good into Callista. Gravitum, Crescendum. It's really everything. The Shield of Severum, once that starts to scale. It's not good in lane, but matches her push with Infernum. Is it just Ezreal? Or sorry, is it just Aphelios? Because, like, it's not really... Ezreal's a hard skill matchup. Like Ezreal gets pressured pretty hard by the Callista and can win the matchup if he's really good. But we need something that's going to be stable. Because we see a B1 Callista and it's like, oh my god, their comp's direction is already locked in. I can't believe it. They're an aggro comp already. Which, for the record, is the hardest thing to play in the game. So, okay, Aphelios is a hard synergy champion. Aphelios will need protection from somebody. So, of those champions, which would it be? Is it Kenshin to Callista? Kench doesn't even appear here. That's so funny. Because what could it be? What could protect Aphelios and pressure Callista at the same time if we're committing to the Aphelios? You're going MF Karma. MF is also very good. MF is also a good answer to this, but we're going to use the Aphelios for right now. Yeah, MF is not something that I thought about right away, but MF would be a pretty amazing answer to Callista. Make it rain, pressures early. I just don't like the pairing of MF Karma right away. Although if we need to beat the dragon aggro sort of thing. Yeah, Aphelios Karma wouldn't... No, MF Karma would be okay. Aphelios Karma would not. Oh, wait, but Aphelios is not... Aphelios doesn't demand as much protection as something like Varus, because Aphelios can keep himself alive. Remember, like, historically, you've seen Aphelios Leona. So Aphelios Karma could work. Is it too early to slam a Janna? Because... Yes, because whatever's paired with Callista has to get pushed to actually play the comps that Callista wants to play. Because if you're just AFK picking Callista Nautilus or something, then you're doing yourself a disservice. So with the matchups that we have available to us and the way that Callista should want to play the game, then we can't pick Janna. We can't pick Braum. Yeah, Braum would get fucked. Thresh. We're gonna go with Thresh. So we've got... Red team has immediately committed themselves to just, like, planting their feet and saying, no, we're going to beat whatever you throw at us. So now what else do we need? We need a partner for Callista that will shove the lane. So we can play... So we can properly... I mean, do we want to play Dragon Aggro or do we want to play Tempo? I think they're a little too safe for us to play Tempo, so we should play Dragon Aggro. Okay, so we're going to play Dragon Aggro, so I need to immediately pick out like a jungler who's actually going to work in this context. So that could be something like a Shyvana, it could be something like a Kha'Zix, it could be something like... It could be Bel'Veth even, but playing Bel'Veth for Dragon is not ideal. Could be Graves. Okay, I'm going to take Swain as a flex pick. I can't do that on this screen. I'm going to take Swain as a flex pick. And so now that because Swain makes for a good Kalista partner, Lilia does work. Lilia does do quite a bit of damage to objectives. And fits really nicely into tempo comps because she's a tempo jungler. I mean, is Karthus our scaling insurance? No, not with... no, because if we have... I think I have to pick the Swain here. Fuck, where'd he go? There he is. So we're going to use Swain as the flex. Now, is it too early for a Swain to necessarily get value? Maybe, but we do at least have one lane where we know he could go. I think a Swain support would actually be good here. I just don't want to commit to it going there yet. So in that case, I think I'm fine with ruling out top lane. I mean, I would like... For our top laner, if we're playing a Dragon Aggro comp, and we've already chosen that direction because we have a Kalista, then we just need something stable that will accelerate Drake 3. So that could be something like Ornn, although the enemy could, like, full... I mean, if the enemy full sends it into scaling, and then pick Kale, then Blue will lose the game on third Drake if they haven't played it properly. But, like, Blue's going to lose on scaling anyway. So what is, like, stable here? I mean, it's probably best to just pick your jungler and then, like, you have all of the Swain options available here. It might be Graves. And so if it's Graves, then what does red side have to prioritize? They could take an answer to the Swain. We have to ban a role that Swain can go into. No, we can't go Wukong or Bear because neither of them are, like, Giga Dragon Takers. And if that's the point of our comp, because Red has already, responded with something that is resistant to tempo comps, then we can't justify just putting a generically good jungler here. We have to have a jungler that's, like, specifically tailored for the kind of comp that we're going to run. So I think a Graves pathing downwards is probably the most resilient to anything that we can pick. So we have the Swain flex. Red side absolutely needs something to... Like, red side would love a winning lane instead of just something that full rolls over. So maybe we played a top lane, allow them to have, like, their first two Drakes, protect Aphelios Thresh, like, we're... And remember, we can still technically make Kalista's game completely unplayable. I mean, we're trying to. Aphelios is Exhaust and Thresh is Ignite. Not Aphelios Graviton, like Aphelios is. I don't know where he went. Because Swain is part of my Kalista quadrinity of supports. It's like, I really think if you want to be properly playing Kalista, you have to commit to your aggro comps and run, like, Nico, Swain, Rumble, or Sylas. Something that actually compensates for Kalista's damage as she's transitioning into a utility role as you're closing out your soul. Like, of course, you can run like an engage support, but then you're a tempo comp. Sonic, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. 12 months, that's a full year. I have 30 seconds. I can't thank you for long. I'm sorry. But thank you so much. I very, very much appreciate it. don't like the idea of picking TF here. Shit, I've run out of time and my brain has not been running properly. They're their entire comp is very, very short ranged. Let's just take the Anivia. I don't actually know how she performs into Swain, but Swain's also not guaranteed to go mid. So their comp needs stable top laners gone. And I want winning matchups. Something that can win early, like not necessarily just late. So I don't necessarily want to go like a Kayle into Ornn. What is going to facilitate this team around objectives the most? Is it just Ornn? It's actually just Ornn. It's just Ornn. And so this comp needs to take out like any strong early junglers, something that can actually throw a wrench in the works, something that can actually swing the bot lane too early. Might just be Wukong. We do actually have to care about Olaf a little bit. But no. But Olaf is too. Olaf is not the kind of jungler or the kind of top laner you want for a dragon aggro, because you do not. If you're playing a dragon aggro, you do not want your top lane to be volatile at all. You don't want any risk of that. Like you want your top lane controlling objectives. You want your top lane being a supportive role in a comp like this. Like, Gnar could do the job, but Gnar is also extremely vulnerable to counterpick. Like, I want them blinding Gnar if they're blue team, because then I'm like, based. I take Irelia, I take Camille, I take, like, any number of mobile carries that just get into Gnar's face and ruin his life, because then I have, like, a guaranteed winning lane instead of just the neutralizer of Aphelios Thresh and the scaling Anivia. Then just pick Singed. Actually, Singed would work kind of amusingly in this. I mean, oh, no, I don't. I mean, I'm totally fine to give them Shen, yeah. Shen in Season 12. Not nearly as strong a laner as he used to be. Why didn't I go Aphelios Nasus? Why didn't I go Aphelios Nasus? Can we accept a volatile in mid lane? Yes. Yes, because the mid lane's prio is a very real part of getting dragon pressure. It's just not as important as the bot lane. I mean, still, don't forget, Swain is not committed to support yet. It's a good facilitator. Is it just Scion? I want them picking Gnar. I think it's Gragas. I think I ban Gragas. This is... yeah, I think I ban Gragas. I mean, Camille could fit into a dragon aggro. She's just a little harder to play. Graves, I know, is one of the most stable and hard to invade junglers in the game. I don't know if he has like any like grossly negative matchups. Maybe he's just performing badly in general. I mean, yeah, people are kind of bringing down the win rate a bit. Maybe his teams are collapsing in solo queue as he's not actually having any impact. But like, oh, any burger flippers? Do we ban burger flippers? That can't play early game. That's just more scaling. That just gives blue team, like, everything they want. Dang it, maybe it's just Poppy. Is it Poppy? Maybe it's just Poppy. I don't know if it's Poppy. Okay. So yeah, the red team wants something that can successfully counter gank. Something that can actually pressure. Wait, this is up. Oh fuck. I left Udyr up. I just left Udyr up. Oops. Okay, blue team made a mistake. Udyr is wild here. Darian's draft is starting, so let's just close this out really quickly. We need to commit to where Swain is going. Do we want Swain and Nivea? Let's find out. Because my money is on no. And granted, this is a terrible way to, like, actually understand matchups. Okay, the enemy team would be okay with Swain and Nivea. Would there be anything better versus Aphelios Thresh? Do we want to put Nico Callista in this game? Into a Nivea, into... I mean, I don't know. I mean, the point is just it's supposed to win lane. It keeps Udyr away pretty decently. Maybe it is just Nico Callista and Swain mid. It is important objective control. Yeah, maybe it is Nico Callista. Fuck it. Darian's draft is starting, so we have to rush this anyway. And then something stable that doesn't have any, like, really, really insane counter picks. I mean, because obviously they're not going to pick Gnar here. So this is where my top lane matchup knowledge is going to become a problem. Is this just a facilitator? I mean, Cho does have some pretty incredibly bad matchups. Again, I can't place immediately what they are, which is... This is showing a problem. Wait a minute. That's such incredible magic damage they'll have. They earned the right to do that. Swain is sustained at this point. Gwen is sustained. Nico gets fucked by this. I can't believe I let Gwen go through all the way through this draft. Gwen doesn't do the facilitating that this team, like, actually needs. Nico's building Locket anyway. No, because the point of Nico being here is to actually... Oh yeah, okay, we gotta hurry. We gotta hurry to Darian's draft, like, cause it's speeding through. I don't want to blind Shen. I think we just pick Sion here, and then I just, like, kind of, like, go on Lolalytics and find Sion counters to compensate for my crippling lack of knowledge, and just say, hey, what ruins Sion's day? Oh, well, Fiora's up. We can play around Fiora. Based. Oh yeah, because the thing that just... Because all the Sion matchups are just... Yeah, so the Sion pick was horrendous. Because all Sion matchups are just like, how do you interact with the Q? Oh, parry? Oh, lovely. Yeah, okay. Well, let's just rush to Darian's draft. We can talk about this one later. What's happening here? Diet Ducks and Lit Club Jr. Oh, Darian got the Seraphine first pick. Look at that. Darian actually got his hands on the Seraphine. Ashe, Senna, and Belveth are banned on blue. Ivern, Singed, and Kale are banned on red. So the Lions have made a name for their like really weird picks. They're like, hey, ban our specific champions. Jinx, Nautilus are locked in. Presumably because they expect this to be, I'm hiccuping a lot, Seraphine support. Wait, didn't I actually study Scion matchups for a moment? Don't I have Scion matchup notes in my OneNote? Scion. Matchups. Key point. Scion's matchups revolve almost entirely around his Q interactions. If the enemy can cancel or consistently avoid Scion Q and then move in, it's likely a losing matchup for Scion. Well, that's Fiora. That's Irelia interacts positively. Oh yeah, Scion had a lot of really bad matchups available, which are all stuff I wanted to pick, because I definitely wanted a carry girl. Riven. Aw, Riven. Imagine we had Riven that game, too. Fiora. Okay, either way. Bans are coming through. Red side is correctly identifying that the Lions are going to have, like, a crippling damage issue. Because they're running Seraphine mid, which is not high damage. They're running Nunu. They're running Ezreal. Ezreal into Jinx is low pressure for both of them. What did I rate it as? It was, like, an even something. Gangplank is left on the table here, which is terrifying. Yeah, Ezreal Jinx, by my notes, is an even matchup because neither significantly threaten the other in the early game. Well, I mean, Scion can be blinded. He can be developed into a good spot. You just can't force him. And I don't know how badly he loses his losing matchups, because if it's not badly at all... Oh dear God, there's the Pike top. No, don't tell me now comes the Bard mid and it's Seraphine support. Don't tell me. I'm interested to see how this Nidalee performs because you all know my hatred of Nidalee. Morg! No! Blitz! No! Blitz Ezreal? Fellas, where's your damage? You forgot to draft damage. The Lions forgot about damage. There's a Pantheon mid into the Seraphine. That can't be a winning matchup, right? Seraphine doesn't even have to interact with Pantheon after a certain point. Huh. A damage mod check? So, if you're going to have a low damage comp, then Pike is an amazing thing to have with it. But... I mean, I guess they're all squishy. Where we're going, we don't need damage. Damage? Hello? Damage? Where's the damage? Darian, before you get into your game, how do you feel about this nonsense? Where to go? Yeah, how do you feel about this nonsense? Who won draft, blue or red? Because I think red did. I thought that was him. It was just Nightbot. Yeah, we tried to make a Dragon aggro work, and then I just fucking blinded Scion for no... Oh, well, the Nico's support. The Nico is support, just so you know. But, yeah, no, this Scion pick was horrendous. Oh my god. Let's B1 Callista. The point of them is to just get shoved, play Dragon aggro. Dragon aggro is so hard to play. Alright, where's your new one? Here it is. I'm gonna let you guys just stare at this as I go use the washroom and refill my water. The good Sarah build. Okay, the good Sarah mid build is Leandry's. That's true. You are getting some damage off. But you don't draft Seraphine for damage. She can be supplementary damage. She can be. The Leandry's build is supplementary damage. But it's like drafting Bard as a DPS, you know? I've changed my mind. You guys are getting my be right back screen. Tell Ezreal to build Crown? Are you serious? I have to leave this up until I get... There we go. Spectated on. This is silly. I've been told that Ziggs and Syndra are the same champion, but we aren't ready for that conversation. That's too avant-garde for me. Then I went to Victoria's chat. If any plat ADC needs a Yumi kitten, let me know. With a Doge emoji. Fascinating. We're waiting for this. Oh, I have feedback. I can give a survey. What is it? Something's not right here. So what is this? This is versus dragons? Yes. Yeah, because that was the game we thought might matter a lot if dragons win both and lions lose both. Poor dragons missing playoffs again. I can't believe I left Udyr up in that last draft. How did I give red team Udyr? How did I give them Udyr? Like, that's such a bad mistake. How did I give them Udyr? Guys. Guys, I'm washed up. I don't know what I'm doing. That one took forever to load in. I found their damage. It's Dark Harvest Blitzcrank. Huh? Oh, wow. It's almost as based as Halo Blade's Braum. Okay. What do we need to play for? No! No! You don't go Relic Shield on Blitz! It's shoulder guards! Get the 200% AD ratio on your E. Make it go burr.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Start beating people up with your W steroid. Like, it's actually so much more damage than just your hook combo. Especially since they're immobile. You just saw them see you enter. Oh no! What? No way! What kind of opening is this? GP gets first blood here. Everybody's splashing. Jinx is alive. Oh my god, we're zooming out. We're zooming out on this one. Yeah, we're just full sending it. Descent into madness. This is chaos. Don't tell me Camcom lives. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, it's still going! I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride! Oh my god. 8 people dead! What? What did I just witness? Let's go, Becky. Okay. So, there is an imminent bot canyon coming. Like, we're just full sending it. We don't care at this point. Level 1, let's go. This is a dead Nautilus, by the way. Okay, not if we miss those. No one has Flash! Not a single person in this... Okay, Nunu has Flash. Nunu actually somehow got out of that with Flash. After dying. Okay, so what's... Now what's going on here? So... Honestly... Pathing towards top lane isn't the worst idea in the world. However, given the context of this game, I think you actually just full send it on your bot lane. What's Jinx going to do? They do have a bunch of CC, but like your team also has setup. Yes, it's an Ezreal, but it's an Ezreal with an abnormal amount of all-in potential. Somehow Pyke finds a favorable trade in that kind of a wave, despite hitting 3 after Gangplank. Nidalee is here, having cleared her camps. She's not going to find anything real. Oh, damage. And yeah, just gets counter ganked. Because both junglers are clearing bot to top on the same full clear. So maybe the answer is actually just shut down the Gangplank. Maybe that is why Nunu's pathing top lane. It's like, okay, our bot lane's already won. Let's just play to shut down the Gangplank, and then like there's nothing they can do. It doesn't work anymore. Spear actually went through her, says Nidalee. Camcom stealing this, right? No! No, but you're Nunu! No! actually would have just plowed my snowball straight into that Pantheon. But now they missed their window. Dedge. Okay, so in a shocking turn of events, the game that started with 8 people dead is getting messy. Where things are just kind of happening. The Dark Harvest Blitzcrank has no resets. And the hooks are going wide too. Okay, so after Nunu's death, Nunu is pathing up the top side. Take the top camps, probably start path. So if Nunu's death led to an inversion, fine, we take those. Now we can play for the bot lane. Now we can just let Pyke be. Cause how do you play around Pyke top? This is very unusual. Nidalee's trying to jungle gap this. Did she successfully steal that? No. It's hard to steal from a Nunu. A lot of damage coming out. Seraphine dodge. Oh, we don't dodge those. This is going to be enough damage though. Becky Rita's here. And it's going to kill both because the Nidalee just jumped back in. We're happy to give some gold to our Nunu. The bot lane is probably right behind them in the fog of war here. Now, Ezreal doesn't actually have a tier yet. No, this is a suicide from Nunu. Yeah, because bot lane has to be there. Flashing in. Well, I stand corrected because, oh my god, what? And then if they just fight it out, Jinx is going to get excited, but I think Ezreal's still stronger despite the buff. Pantheon is here, flashes, that's a shutdown. Okay. I didn't actually consider the Pantheon moving too. Oh, we don't hook those. We do not hook those. I was too focused on like the immediate moment of the fight that I didn't consider what could come afterwards. I didn't think about the Pantheon. So I thought the fight would just be doomed from Nunu, like, going into the Nidalee with bot reinforcements. Huh? 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 What? Oh my god, Darian's dead. Oh my god. They don't chase him under? Okay, because he has Encore, so they're not going to chase him further. I honestly thought they would just chase beyond the flash. Now Pyke is supporting bot lane. I'm pretty sure when you play this strategy, guys, you're supposed to, you know, like buy a support item on your top laner. But here we are. Aliven's Nautilus, maybe. Once Becky wins this fight, which should be done because Blitzcrank is here. Now they have to somehow get their Ezreal out of this with this HP. Which Darian doesn't have TP. Nobody has TP. Okay, they're not going to. So now they're pretty much out of damage because Pyke does not have ultimate. Ah! Bold flick there, Pyke. Okay, so there have been... Gangplank is free farming. Seraphine is taking plates for free. Just a number of people decided that this was not worth their time. I don't blame them. This is madness. I don't even know why Ezreal's coming back down here, to be honest. I actually think Ezreal should just go answer the GP. So here's Jinx in the mid lane. Oh. You are ducks. Quack. So Jinx lane swapped, it seems, just to take that wave, which is good. Blitzcrank is cornered now. Blitzcrank is dead. The global threat onto Becky Rita. It's going to kill. So the primary win condition is now, Dedge. Top tier 1 is gone. Top tier 1 is gone. Gangplank is Astro-fed. Hey, has anybody in this game heard of farming? Like, we know that's an option, right? We know we don't have to be fighting 24/7. In fact, Nidalee doesn't even excel in that situation. Nidalee excels like at pushing the tempo and like jungle gapping. What? Like she, why not just perma invade with Nidalee here? Well, Nunu's distracted. Nidalee has 33 CS. Nunu has 28, but it's Nunu, so like, I get it. One parlay and like Pyke. Darian's farming, yeah, because Darian's not getting involved in just what's happening here, but then... Oh, it's messy. Oh, it's messy. It's a very good Gangplank barrel, too. Blue team gets the dragon. The Herald is still up. Nidalee, I actually want to see Nidalee just grab the Herald with Gangplank's pressure. Use it to crack bot, actually end the laning phase, and then just create chaos for everybody so Seraphine has to isolate herself into the Pantheon. We'll see if they're doing that, because Nidalee is playing to the top side, and Gangplank is starting to dip out of vision soon. Like, he's going in and out. Okay, actually a dead Gangplank here. So now, the Nidalee, who is presumably doing Herald with no camps available, should feel a little pressured. She might be soloing it right now. But I don't know if they're actually going to check, despite full mid prio, despite dead top laner. Guys, go check. Guys, go check. Guys, go check. What is Darian typing? Blitzcrank's going Everfrost. We're taking tower aggro from Sunfire. We spend Darian's ult. Okay, so Nidalee actually instead recalled, started full clearing, which, thank God, the Nidalee is finally full clearing. I don't know how necessary that flash was. It's just Capcom 0 HP! Just be careful. I need to get my objective timers back up too, because what's going on here? Pyke has shown. It's a dead Nidalee.
Killing spree.
Oh. Oh. Can we keep up with this? Okay, so now we need to decide like who thrives in the chaos more. And this can go one of two ways. If it continues at this pace, I think that Dragons will win the game. He missed. I think Dragons win the game if it continues at this pace. And the reason I say that is because the tools that they have, like, they just have much better scaling. They've got the GP, they've got the Jinx, that's enough for me. Yes, Lions have a broken champion, but they have a broken utility champion. And like Nunu relies on being ahead. Blitzcrank, Pyke, like these champions rely on being ahead. They are not ahead enough to justify right now. With these champions, of course, one pick can change the game. Like one moment of killing Jinx, one moment of killing Gangplank can swing it right back. But so like, maybe it is just too early to call. Maybe both sides have like meaningful win conditions still. I'm just trying to predict who wins the chaos. Oh, yeah, we just left the Gangplank power farming and this is what happens. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's just killing everybody. And he doesn't have his orange now, so he is going to die. Okay. So they got the picks that matter. Everybody's dead. Jinx can't stand up to this. Well, unless she gets a shutdown like that randomly. Becky's going in. Becky can't Q anything. Becky's isolated. Oh my. So yeah, this game is full chaos. This game is full chaos. 100%. god. Like, how are you supposed to analyze anything about this? Both teams are just like, you know what we should do? Let's just fight. Like, I want to fight you. There's no overarching strategy to this. It's like see champion, kill champion. They want bloodshed. They're going to get it. And the bloodshed just happened to roll in favor of Lions getting a Drake here. Although it hasn't even closed itself out, because here's Gangplank pressuring Camcom. And if Gangplank had queued once, Lions would be short a jungler. If they just keep fighting Lions, well, that's the thing. That's not necessarily true. Look what just happened. If they keep getting picks, Lions will win the game. But if they do just keep fighting, Gangplank and Jinx will outscale. Are Pantheon and like Nidalee that useful in the long run? No. But Gangplank alone is enough to be a problem. Like, you don't just give Gangplank a free lane phase. He is probably the best top laner in the game. Okay, those are some questionable barrel chains. So, still though, the tremendous kill focus in this game has caused Dragons to miss a dragon opportunity. So, no objectives here. Lane phase ended a while ago, tier 1 mid is down. We're gonna try to see if anybody's like actually planning to do something. They're just trying to kill Gangplank. They're just trying to get the bounty onto Ezreal. That's going to happen. Meanwhile, Seraphine being attacked, so Seraphine's going to die. Okay, cool. I've got a very bad feeling, actually, that this is not, in fact, an Everfrost. This is Luden's Blitzcrank. What's the itemization looking at? Right. Yeah, so Gangplank is so far into his build now. It is the full lethality Gangplank, so thank goodness he's not one-shotting as hard as he could be. Because if this were crit plank, like, God help us all. Prowler's crit plank. Jinx is deep into her build. Ezreal has chosen a strange ability order. We're missing the Pike ults too. Gangplank's here. Seraphine's just going to nuke the wave. See, that's the fun part about Seraphine. Hey, don't play the barrel minigame here, Darian. Oh, he lives. He wins. He's gonna flash for it. Your Nunu's right behind him, but his Nunu's right behind him, but he's gonna flash for it. Crit Plank is on the way. I mean, he's just building a collector. That doesn't mean it's Crit Plank. It could be a very, very late pivot, I suppose. Because he does, I mean, it is ER collector, IE, I guess. It's like an unorthodox version of the pivot.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Well, the thing is, it's not like the uber crit cloak build. So yeah, again, that is what needs to happen over and over and over again if Lions are going to win. Nautilus has an even shroud. Luden's is online, baby. Let's go. I actually really, really hate the fact that Ezreal has gone Trinity Force this game. Like, look at the range of all the enemy champions. Gangplank is long-ranged. Jinx is long-ranged. Like, the only one you can feasibly auto-attack is Pantheon, but if you're in range of Pantheon, he's stunning you. So, I really dislike that Ezreal's on Trinity Force instead of Mythicless. Obviously, Trinity's not a bad item on Ezreal. It's just not the appropriate item on Ezreal this game. Using the W there to get himself out. He's actually out! Oh my god, it's a fiesta. Do we have Seraphine ulti? Seraphine ulti hits everybody but the one guy who he really needed to hit. blind pike execute too. Becoming a problem. Gangplank can actually close this out, I think. Yeah, it's... the constant fighting is not Lion's favored. Gangplank dies. There's no backup for Gangplank. Okay. They didn't have faith in their pirate. Or Becky Rita could get a quadra-kill. That could also happen. I mean, I'm cheering for Lions, too. That's the funny part. Like, I really do want Lions to win the game. Oh, excuse me.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Hey, so, has anybody been on PvE today? Because Neela's jungle clear got really nerfed, and I want to see how bad it is. Now, why commit your flash like that? Like, just spend your... just spend your ultimate to wall hop! Like, Darian's honestly doing a lot more damage than I expected him to do. It's probably because he's, like, extremely fed. Nearly too tanky. Ah, fuck this shit, bro. He's too tanky. Blitzcrank hook on Nautilus. Seraphine's almost there. This, okay, guys, it is a meaningless Drake. No, it's not meaningless. It's a Hextech Drake. But, okay, it is a singular Hextech Drake. You want to see how bloody this is going to get? Because I'm ready. I am so ready for bloodshed. Wait, why do they have Vision of Pike? No, actually, they've decided to concede. They don't have Gangplank nearby. They're choosing to trade it for a tier 1 turret. And Nidalee's dead, so there's no trade. Seraphine's boom. I mean, Darian needs to be telling everybody that the fight's over. He's gonna run back to Drake. They're trying to take the Baron right away. Lions have pulled ahead in gold, meaningfully. Darian, why are you on the map? Darian, why are you on the map? He's on the map because it gets kills, baby! How many Dark Harvest stacks does Blitzcrank have? 13. Support items aren't done. Both supports have gold to gain still. Blitzcrank has 18 KP. Nautilus has 13. It's 22 minutes in. Yes, it does! It gives him mana! He needs that! I don't believe it. What is happening this game? Oh, time for another pick! Yeah, baby! Oh, multiple fights at once. Spectator view doesn't know what to focus on. Seraphine's getting collapsed on still. Okay. Oh, situation's changed quite a lot. Swung really heavily. Okay, the Lions did end up winning. It would be very, very difficult for the Dragons to just abruptly come back. Okay, well, Gangplank getting 1,000 gold shut down is 700 gold shut down. It's definitely one of those things that you don't want to happen. Probably because he likes Karma. I mean, I don't think their support. I'm not saying that name. I don't think the. I don't think their support has like a very deep pool. Why didn't I pick Nasus in the Aphelios draft? Why did I pick MF Nasus? Guys, why did I pick MF Nasus in response to the Callista? It just hit me. Why are... I don't even care what's happening in this game. I don't care that Darien is worth 750. I could have picked MF Nasus. Oh my god. So congratulations to Lions for, like, fiestaing their way to a 9,000 gold lead and an inhibitor, which will secure the Baron. With their Pike Players Stop Building Collector Challenge. I don't understand this. Do you realize how broken your champion was, like, lethality into DD or something? What does Collector do? What does Collector actually do for a Pike player? I'm gonna go spam Pike after this, aren't I? No, because we still have more drafts to do. Like, if you B1 Callista and the enemy picks Misfortune Nasus, actually what do you do? How do you answer that? You have to play like Callista Zillion or something to beat that. That was a full burger flip, but unfortunately for the Dragons, that was a burger flip that involved Nunu. Okay, so they should actually just run it down mid right now without a recall. Very good catch. Oh my god. Yeah, game's over. Pantheon can't hold this. I mean, the team has to show up. They have to arrive here. Any Nexus hitters? They just want more kills. They don't care. Like, oh my god, they don't care. They actually don't care. GG close, says Darien. What a fucking cockhead. Like, are you kidding me? You don't get to say that. Oh, the penis brain himself is in chat now. How does it feel to be a penis? We Fortnite them. What is this? I don't like this. I don't like this. It's called The Fellas Dabbing It Up, and this is what it looks like, and it sounded like that for... It's only coming through my right here. What the fuck is this? It has 10 views! Where did you find this? What the fuck is that? Okay, so that was a game. That was a weird game. What the fuck did you see? I don't know. You talked in Vad Chat about singed mid so they would ban it when the champion sucks now. Nice. Nice. Okay, so you know what? The game went about as well as we could have hoped with a draft like this. You know, you see this on one side, this on the other. It's like, yeah, you know, this seems like a game that's gonna have 80 kills in it. Makes sense. How many did it have in the end? Yeah, 80. More than 80, like a bit more. Making me so badly. So, Lions have made playoffs. That's awesome. They made playoffs like before their first game ended, but they did it. Hooray! So, let's take a look at where they slot in. Do we actually know yet? We do. It's going to be Lions versus Phantoms. And that's the 17-4 team from Group A. Okay. So, good luck. 4th seed here. 1st seed there. Yeah, that's how it's usually seeded, right? Okay. So good luck, guys. These are the guys who were trying to trade for you. And it ended up being a skamaz because the trade just... I remember that. It is a best of 3. Yeah. Best of 3 here, best of 5 here, best of 5 here. So, Darian, good luck next week. I hope you make it to semis. Team name. Oh, I guess it's actually not done over here, is it? I'm excited to kiss them on the lips with your fist. Okay, is this game playable at all if you just go Callista Nasus here? Because the Callista Nasus, then you probably don't flex the Swain because you're just like... It's not Callista, MF Nasus. You pick MF Nasus, you don't flex the Swain. You just immediately say like, oh god damn it, what makes this playable for Callista? Because nothing. The answer is nothing. Bot lane's lost. No support saves Callista there. And then the entire premise of your comp is ruined. And then you have a bleeding lane that can't contribute. And so you win instantaneously with MF Nasus. Because that's even a Nasus partner. Like, that's even a good one for... Oh my god. Really didn't give blue any good tools, did I? What do you do is send Callista mid or top? That's actually the only thing you can do, yeah. Which is a good point. It's not something I thought about right away. But then you're playing fucking Callista top. And then when you have a Callista top, like, what's stopping the enemy from just, like... what's stopping them from sending Nasus up there? No, but on a serious note, it's just Olaf, isn't it? You just pick Olaf. Or Malphite. Or, like, any Frozen Heart Rusher, or... Singed, if you really wanted to. Poor Kennen. That champion was so good, and now, like... Enemy team doesn't know what a Callista top is. They've never seen it before. Okay, and what is the likelihood that if a team is picking Callista, they have multiple competent Callista players if you're playing in, like, a plat league, right? Because it's not very high. So you have to player swap and send your top laner into the bot lane. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, in this, like, literal theoretical draft, yeah, their top laner can play Callista. Like, yeah. That's not the point. Let's turn that music back on. Okay. So, Darian's games are over, and I'm just going to spend the rest of my time drafting, I think. Who plays her? Well, Callista, there's a lot of players who will advocate, a lot of, like, players at the high ranks who will advocate for Callista being, like, one of the best AD carries. And there's an equal number of them who will say Callista's one of the worst. Which is why we have, like, Schrodinger's AD carry here running around. Where people don't know what to do with her. Which is why I'm trying to, like, test out the Callista Quadrinity, and why I would like to run it with somebody. And why I think you just have to lean into being a proper aggro comp. Because, like, maybe I need to refine what a tempo comp is. Because you're supposed to choke out the enemy and close the game early using reliable early advantages before being outscaled. You need reliable shove, reliable setup, fast clearing junglers, stuff that does get leads. Technically, that is Callista. But also, like, you have to play it so well. This champion is an enigma. Anyway, yeah, the misfortune point is really good. Okay, thanks for hanging out, Sonic. I do appreciate the lurk. Let's do one more. New draft, blue, red. Okay, is there anything else we want to check here? What champion in particular do we need to check? What kind of B1 do we want? Like, what do we want to do? What B1 do we want to play into? For seed's sake. Is there a chance you want to draft? I think I'm just going to stay solo tonight. I think I want to, like, really think through the lines like a maniac. I think these theoretical drafts on stream are kind of fun. Okay, we're not letting GP through. Bye-bye. We're not letting Senna through. Bye-bye. The deer is becoming an increasing problem. What are we able to deal with? Do I want to try drafting against Senna? Like, what could... Like, because... I mean, doesn't that just lead to an Ezreal comp? If you give them over Senna, doesn't that always just lead to an Ezreal comp? Maybe not. Maybe not always. I need to be ready to pivot. Okay, actually, the intention, I am going to B1 something that is not an 80 carry. So let's just get rid of a bunch of prio 80 carries. I don't think you would ever B1 Twitch, but Blue doesn't want to let Twitch through necessarily, so. Bye-bye, Seraphine. Like, we're going to keep the bans very similar. Actually, let's try a Gwen draft. Let's try a B1 Gwen. Let's see if we're allowed to get away with that one. Like, what happens? How does Gwen change the game? She's one of the best edge team fighters. She's an excellent anchor. And actually that probably does slightly devalue her as like an early pick. She's a good blind pick, but maybe in the current state of League of Legends you don't want her. I mean, no, she's so strong, though. She's so strong. A B1 Swain would be suicide. Do we Sejuani into Aatrox? That's a completely unrelated thought. Oh my god, sorry, I let myself get so deep into my head there that it's like, I just said something that's not even related to what's going on. It's just like, fuck, well wait, this. And then before I knew it, I wasn't even on the same point anymore. We're trying to come up with a B1, and is Gwen the B1 that we're going to roll with, and we're going to see what happens? Because, like, I know I'm not going to work with a team that can B1 Soraka and just put her anywhere they want. Shit. Okay, blue Banzeri, and then... Well, let's try it. Let's give it a whirl. So if we were going to B1 Gwen, what would be the natural answer to that? Because you don't want to just send it on Jax, yeah? Because that just locks your comp into something right away. And there's more Gwen answers than just Jax. Like, there's Vlad. People were using Vlad for a while, but Vlad has been devalued by the durability update. As far as I can tell. Like, he's fine. He's an okay champion. People use Akali as a Gwen answer, which is definitely a weaker champion than before. Do people use Kale as an answer to Gwen? Does that make any sense? Because if so, that explains why B1 Gwen has dropped off the face of the planet. Like that clears everything up. So what would I ban? 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 I mean, I think Volibear is reasonably okay. Do I just ban Udyr? Let's just ban Udyr. Let's get Udyr out of here. No early Udyr. Okay, so we have committed to a B1 Gwen. Now, why would this be a problem for the blue team? Would this be a problem for the blue team? These numbers are going to be, like, really polarizing. So, yeah, okay. Then this is why. Because we're going to see solo queue Gwens losing a lot of matchups. Like, where's Gwen Vlad? Probably going to look really negative, but no. Gwen Jax looks really negative. Okay. Yeah, so that actually must be why B1 Gwen has stopped. So if we already have, like, an amazing answer that gives a Kale angle to red, then that is such an irresponsible blind pick. So now we have to pick something else. And it has to be something that allows 80 carries to just kind of be... Like, let them delay their pick a little bit so they can fit into comps more. I would say Wukong. It's an option. I think Wukong's still good, but then we also have, like, the best Wukong answers still up. Because our ban strategy didn't protect a Wukong. And because I haven't dove... Oh my god, I really do have to just log off stream and just go right back to my matchup study, don't I? That is a tremendous hole. The fact that I only have, like, a few specific answers to Wukong. Or, like, to any given champion. And I don't know how severe those answers are. Maybe we do just try this one anyway. But we already know the losing line. But this also has a losing line. Ah, fuck me, man. Okay. Well, there's a Wukong now. I think this team commits to a Karthus angle. It's Karthus or Lilia. Depends on what kind of angle we want to go towards. Do we want our jungler being our primary win condition, or do we want our jungle kind of just... Or do we want this flex pick? I mean, this is also a flex pick. Oh, this is also a flex pick. Is this actually effective? Is this actually effective in the Wukong? You wouldn't ever pick Bel'Veth this early. Like, Bel'Veth is not a champion to be drafted early. So if I go Karthus, that does in fact complicate the mid lane pool a bit, but an AP jungler incentivizes like a utility mid laner. Because a lot of the... I mean, we can always look for a Yone, or we can just put Karthus somewhere else. Like, Yone probably is the best AD mid right now. Maybe Tryndamere is still up there. Okay, and so when we take the Karthus, we have to be careful not to go too far into bait and punish territory because... So I don't want to pick Renata here. Because if we go too far into bait and punish territory, then... then the enemy just pivots to long range and uses Wukong to heal. Okay, let's commit to Karthus. So we do not want to pair Karthus with Renata right now. Renata is not the right pick. And we're doing a specific experiment where we're holding the 80 carry for a while. So what does that mean for the state of this game? I've got a fun idea. We're flexing the Ornn. We pick Ornn and we flex it. So then we have to figure out Wukong. Wukong. You are the driving force of this comp now, Wukong. What do we need to pick to go with you? Because Wukong has become more of a team fighter in recent times, but... I think we're still flexible. Karthus blind. Oh my god, this is such a powerful response from Red. Like, this Wukong pick is just getting blasted. Like, where do they go? The Ornn is a flex, the Karthus is a flex. What do you actually pick to support a Wukong that doesn't just lead to some disaster? Because you can't go too far into, like... I mean, I guess... No, you can't go too far into bait and punish either, because then they can just choose to not go in. Oh dear. Oh my god, this Wukong pick is getting punished. And in reality, we'd probably just see like Volibear here or something. Oh my goodness. Now Wukong can also, in theory, be flexed to top lane, where he's reasonably okay there, as long as you have a favorable matchup, which means it's too early to commit to a Wukong flex, and all it would mean is, like, in theory... I mean, wouldn't you be reasonably sure that Ornn is going here? Maybe Blue just grabs a Kayle, and they match that Kayle no matter where the Ornn goes, although you can't actually guarantee you have that luxury, so we would just need to pick, like... Because it could be Kayle mid, it could be Kayle... Like, Kayle Wukong is good together. Kayle into Ornn is always favorable. Okay, so it is Kayle. So it is Kayle for sure. And then we have to avoid picking the other solo laner here under the threat of Ornn being flexed. So what would we pick? It would have to be one of the bot lane roles. And so, would Vayne or Kai'Sa or what's the other one? Vayne, Kai'Sa, Lucian, Kalista. Would those fit into Red's comp? 'Cause I'm trying to figure out if it makes any sense for Blue to blind Ezreal here. And Ezreal can survive his bad matchups. It just becomes battle of the scaling if Vayne is locked in. So what is Blue's comp trying to do? What is Red's comp trying to do? So far, nothing. I mean, red could enter into a very good front-to-back position. Blue can still be an unorthodox dive or a flank team fight. I don't think they're a macro comp. They're trying to fight with the Kale. Or maybe they're trying to use Kale as control? If Kale ends up mid lane, then it gets really complicated. Okay, let's commit to like a flank team fight angle. And if we're doing that, it would not hurt for... I mean, Ezreal actually does seem really compelling here. I think. Yeah, okay, I think it has to be Ezreal. But then red needs to pick their direction. So I think we can commit to... So right away, immediately when we see this, Karthus is like, hell no, I'm not going anywhere near the bot lane. So Karthus is going either mid or jungle. And Ornn is going either top or mid. And Ornn wants to avoid the Kale. And we have the luxury of picking a favorable matchup for Ornn. So therefore, it is bot support on 4-5. So now we need to figure out what rounds are comped together. Red has initiation that they need to like properly team fight. It's looking like neither one is going to be like a pure bait and punish or like a pure range or like... Blue has the foundations of like a flank team fight. Then do I prioritize Renata here? No, because Renata's not good into flank. They can still just run straight at us at some point, right? Oh, man. Kai'Sa doesn't want to be played this game. Kai'Sa does not want to play into Kayle, especially since they can still pivot like to something gross like that. Just kite back. And then Karthus is isolated. So yeah, Kai'Sa's not the pick. Twitch is banned. Twitch would be insane here. Is it Jinx? Do they both just kind of cover each other? Do I need a priority support? Oh, the 80 carry pool is so pinched that I actually no. I think it's Jinx. I think it's Jinx and neither bot laner like really threatens each other. Because for Ezreal to be threatened by Vayne, his support has to leave. And we don't really... Ezreal's support doesn't really care if he's locked in lane here. So I think it's Jinx. So... Okay, so we're gonna ban... I mean, does Karma actually help the enemy team achieve their goals? Karma shuttles people around effectively. Excellent laning partner for Ezreal. We actually don't know for sure. I mean, it could just be like a... It could even still be a 4-1. I don't know, 4-1. Is Karma like the disengage that they need? Okay, what would probably happen is this. And then, I mean, do we even need to ban Renata on blue? Does blue need to ban Renata? Does blue just approach from multiple angles and then Renata's overwhelmed? That's a lot of setup. That takes a lot of setup. They would need, like, a visionary to do that. And blue still has to pick their other solo laner to be able to play into Ornn or to, like, Or Blue needs to pick their other solo laner who's a blind pick for both top and mid. Which is insanity, actually. So if I can identify who that is, then I can ban it. Is it Swain? We're not really Talia pickers anymore. Okay, and you know what? No, okay, so red is looking increasingly like a front to back. Red at this point, like, just straight up is a front to back. So in that case, then Renata actually makes so much sense as a ban, especially after seeing the Karma ban. And so I need to figure out if Swain on this is the right ban, or if, like, who is the solo laner who's just going to be flexed into two roles and can blind into both of them? Who is that perfect champion that can either turn you into a 4-1 or like a... I actually think blue team might have already lost draft. Or maybe it's just because I'm struggling to find the compositional direction between these three champions. Actually, there's not supposed to be just one right now, right? So, I mean, is it Swain? If I ban Swain, then what's the next best thing the enemy can pick to go either role? And to just swap with Kale. It can't be Camille, right? I mean, you could feasibly send Camille mid, but... Is it Camille? I mean, my comp is not vulnerable to Swain. My comp is really not vulnerable to Swain. He's not going to get in. Unless Kale accelerates him. Is there anything I'm missing? I mean, Gwen is still on the table. Is it just Gwen? But then it would just be blind pick Kale mid. I think I'm gonna ban Gwen. God, that's hard. Finding a champion who can be blind picked for both solo lanes is insane. So yeah, actually maybe the better answer is just have two champions who beat Ornn. That's probably the better answer. So yeah, maybe in that case Gwen is a good ban. And then if the red team is very obviously going for a front to back, then front to back who needs to resist whatever flank pressure we might be putting on. I mean, because this isn't necessarily a flank team fight yet. That's the thing. It could still be like 1-4. It could still be any sorts of thing. It could still even be. I just want to remove support options. I'm trying to think of what I want here. Because, like, it's highly likely that it is an enchanter that I want here. So... Oh my goodness. And Janna blind in her matchup is so much worse than Lulu blind into her matchup. Soraka is on the table. I mean, like, yeah, Soraka's here. Jinx doesn't really care. I mean, I can't. It's too. I can't pick a Taric right now. Not into Ezreal. Not without a support matchup. I really don't want Tom Kench just randomly taking pot shots from Ezreal. TK would be bad here. Bad support matchup, or bad support into AD matchup. Is it just Soraka? Is it just Soraka? And if it is, what does the enemy pick? Yeah, if it's Soraka, then the big weakness of this comp is that this can't protect Soraka. Or maybe it can. Karthus Jinx? Can Karthus Jinx protect Soraka? And then who follows up on the Ornn initiation right away? Is it Soraka? Or is it Rakan? I'm going to try picking Soraka, and I'm going to see what happens. So, if I'm now on blue, and I'm Ezreal versus Jinx Soraka, who do I want my support to be? Because the mid pick is feasibly still up. Janna makes no sense here. Renata's gone, Karma's gone, Lulu's gone, Seraphine's gone, Sona's gone. We don't need damage, so we don't need Brand. We don't need Bard. Bard could be an option. We don't need Bard for damage, but his utility would be valuable for like a Wukong or a Kayle just getting in there. Although it would concede Ezreal's mid pressure for sure. Gragas to separate the Death Ball. But then it's like an all-in versus Soraka. Xerath limits options. I don't want to outgreed it further because then what does like Wukong feels so fucking bad in this so far. Like where does Wukong play to? Maybe I just need something reliable for Wukong to like try to play to right now. Maybe I have to accept that like I mean the enemy team, yeah, the enemy team's all scaling. The enemy team's all scaling. So red just actually has to, or blue just has to actually commit to some initiator, I think. So it's probably Nautilus here. So now, all of a sudden, their team comp looks a lot more direct. Because, like, I mean, do we just bank on Kayle? Because this introduces so much volatility that might not need to be there. Oh, wait, no, it's Wukong Rakan with Ezreal. It's Rakan. What am I fucking saying? Of course it's Rakan. It has to be Rakan. And so now comes the issue of that solo laner who needs a favorable matchup into Ornn, so that we can basically pick which lane Kayle and this new champion go to. And with Gwen off the table, I mean, Camille is a real option. Because both Kayle and Camille could just choose to go mid or top. What would Camille lose to? 1 second here. I've got to be ready to hide something right away. Okay, no, I don't. It's gone. It's a classified document. Oh, Camille doesn't have, like... No, it is Camille, isn't it? So now instead of just finding... So Ornn's going to be in a bad matchup no matter what. So now instead of trying to answer Camille, it's just about putting Kale in as bad a matchup as possible if Camille gets locked in here. Fuck, does that mean Ornn has to play into Kale? Ugh. Yeah, because it's like the Camille answers that I've been given are shit like Teemo, Shen, Warwick, Kale, Pantheon, like... Not stuff I can really... Like, just to name a few. Not stuff I can really lock in. Okay, so how do I put Kale in as miserable a matchup as possible? That's right, the LPL Nasus! Yone can beat her, but only in top lane, apparently. Ah, fucking statistics are so stupid. If you don't actually know how the matchup goes. Is it LPL Nasus? I mean, doesn't Camille just run a freight train over Nasus if she finds that matchup? Yes, she does. So, it's gonna have to be... I mean... Camille is potent here. Okay. Am I insane for actually thinking Darius is a good pick here into both of these? Yes, I am, because he's playing into fucking Rakan, Ezreal, like all of this shit. Yes, Darius would suck. What are you smoking, Quinn? I really don't want it to be Nasus because the Camille wins that matchup so hard. But I actually don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I do not know. I think I'm going to pick Yone. That got weird. That got really weird at the end. That got, like, deeply uncomfortable. It's already midnight. Maybe I just need to get off stream and, like, actually just go do some research and then wind down for bed. Okay, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Coolio. That draft, I think Blue really made a comeback in that. Like, I wasn't sure how I was going to round it out, but I think with the time I had to think, it ended up being a very, very solid finish. And then Red got confusing fast. I think Camille's good there, though. I think Camille's very good. Yeah, because compositionally, Camille doesn't get ruined. She gets, like... Actually, I'll show this one more time. Camille, like, I mean, Camille's not super happy with the Karthus, but Camille looked good into all four of those champions. And if there's no, like, crippling matchup for her, and she already has the option to go into Ornn, so Kayle can avoid that. Like, I think Kayle can probably survive Yone here. But there's going to be some rule swap shenanigans, like, throughout this game, for sure. If this game were to actually be played. Okay. Yeah, it's time for me to end the stream here. So, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, unless for some reason I end up playing like a early playthrough, like if tomorrow just abruptly becomes Hollow Knight, which I doubt it will be. We do have, hopefully, some Neela in-houses on Wednesday. I'm still trying to get some attendance for that, so if you're interested, please let me know. And then Thursday I'm busy with my game. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. But it is practice. So then I guess, yeah, okay. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed it tonight. Don't forget to love yourselves, respect each other, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.